option for basketball or football, soccer if you're American, and you can come in here, play this all day, breaks between the games. It's the perfect thing to do to kind of switch things up as you're hanging out here. But there's also a ton of games that you can participate in. I don't know if you've been by the Free Fire stage lately, but the fans from Brazil for these teams are insane. We're talking musical instruments, drums, cheers, matching outfits, flags. Sometimes gotta take a little break. So make sure you come and check out the festival area to do exactly that. Another very helpful thing to check out while you're here at EWC 2026 is, of course, the venue map. Now, might sound a little bit simple, but I'm going to walk you through why this is going to be so helpful. This is how you're going to be able to navigate the entire location, and you'll be able to keep track of how everything is going. It's going to be one of your best resources here at EWC 2026, so make sure you check it out. This is one of the games that you can play here at EWC 2026. This is your opportunity to potentially win some EWC 26 merch or even tickets to one of the events. All you have to do is come on over, take a spin on the wheel, and if you hit the right number, you could be going home with some pretty cool prizes. Of course, you know, we also have our super fan area. Now, this is going to be where you want to go if you are looking for those up close and personal interactions with some of your favorite players. You have to come here. You can get some photos with your favorite players. You can get them to autograph some of your EWC 26 merch. Are you having a good time here so far?
Yes, really nice. And I'm so excited to be here. We are supporting Lion and Gun Dynasty.
7, I accept your challenge with Neptune, but I need an expert. My name is Lucifer and I've got Carol Bombshell, the Brazilian golfing expert, to take this challenge on.
Wait, Lucifer and Carol Godshell.
We got it, guys. It's gonna be us taking the leaderboard. Now, are you ready with Carol? Let's start? Okay, come here. Let's get it started. We'll play golf and we're gonna beat the rest. Let's start. There you go, 10 seconds. Come on, Carol, let's go. Ooh, almost feels like a gunslinger right now. Let's go. Yes, you got it. We have to get it close, Carol. We practiced, you know this. You got this.
That good?
Yes, feels like it. Yes, hit this side. Yeah, it looks good. Hit this side as we practiced. You know, we did this already. Hit, go for it. Ooh, nice swing.
Oh my gosh.
That is closest. Oh my God, let's go.
There we go.
That's what we needed. We got you. We're the best. We're the best here.
Yes, we did it. Oh my gosh, it's your turn right now, okay? So, I did it. I trust you. You are the man. You got this. We're gonna humiliate them.
Everyone, we got it.
Okay, you go, man. Wait.
Oh, that's so.
Let's go. Can I push the button?
Yes.
Are you ready?
I am.
Okay.
Let's
do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it then. Okay? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm with you, Lucifer. Let's go. You got this, man. We gotta win this. Oh my gosh, you gotta prove we are the best. Whoa. No way! Oh my gosh. See? We are the best!
We are the best.
All right. Guys, I'm not gonna say this on camera, but don't say a word anymore. If you wanna say something, say Lucifer and Carol Godshell.
Starting from the top is where I wanna be. Give everything you got for infinity. The party only rocks on my command. How to play a hero, how to take a stand. Heads underwater, feeling golden. Carried away above my shoulders. Wanna talk, getting better, lock aim. Take your best shot, drop it red hot. Vibe with the game, rise with the flame. You see red dots, what have we got? Down to my bones, it's burning me up like a flame to stone. And I count down for the ride, for the gold, for the throne. No, I'll never stop. Here we are for the show. Can't play this part. Ready for the game and it can't be stopped. Reload and take your best shot.
It was so exposed. Falcons can ruin it.
Unbelievable.
Falcons!
What we are seeing in front of us here right now. And the team who ended Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
Just thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy together. I don't know, I don't think that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP, and yeah, very lovely.
What made them strong in 2025 was the wonder kid called Russia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years, and for many years he could not play on a stage like this because he was underage, their best sniper. And I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone. I think the most important thing is he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the opportunity to do that, he did exactly that.
Esports, this is the time to shine! Sergeant, Apoya!
No, I think I feel so confident. We're training so hard in Indonesia, so we're very confident to lift the trophy again.
21 elimination from the champions of Clash Quad and still on the roll, and Evo's being taken down.
Ya, setelah di EWC kemarin kita sudah tidak mendapatkan piala-piala lagi, kita tidak bisa ngejuarain turnamen-turnamen berikutnya mungkin karena kita udah lupa siapa kita sebenarnya. Tetapi di hari ini kita sudah ingat siapa diri kita sebenarnya.
If you look at the data, it says they will not be the back-to-back champions. If you look at the kids and if you look at how determined they are to be back-to-back champions, there's a slight possibility. But it's going to be difficult because for the first time ever on the global stage, we've got 24 teams. Everybody's got that exact same dream. Because that dream is alive for the rest, the chances of EVOS Divine doing it back-to-back may be a little lower.
Kalau untuk tim-tim lain sih, kalau buat saya sendiri saya tidak perlu memikirkan banyak hal tentang tim-tim lain karena itu saya sudah percaya kepada coach saya. Jadi saya tinggal fokus aja main. Nah, itu yang terbaik pokoknya. Pesan-pesan untuk tim-tim lain, ya hati-hatilah karena ini EWC bukan turnamen yang lain. Kalian bisa lihat sejarah-sejarah kita di turnamen EWC kemarin. Nah, itu dia, kalian hati-hati aja yang ngegangguin drop zone kita.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here, and I want to know you, sir. Do you got what's necessary to take home $300,000?
Well, I would love to, but not me. We have 12 best team here are competing to get the prize pool, 300,000 USD, and the previous 12 teams have got their key crushed.
Oh my gosh, but what about Evos? Do they have what's necessary to defend their title?
I know that they are a strong team, but what about Fluxo?
Yes, it's time for Brazilian teams.
I'm having high hopes that they can do it this year. What about you? Other teams?
I don't know. We gotta figure that out. So come with us and let's hit the skies.
I wonder who's gonna rise above. But before we talk about that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the STC Rewind here for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26 in Paris, France. And we got a lot to go through, Lucifer. First, I'm gonna hand the mic over to you. India, man.
Man, oh man, India, they took the stage up in a storm. They ended up taking 2 of the spots in the grand finals when people were thinking none. And that is what India did. Team Apex Gaming and SATL Esports making such history happen. In the very first time that they stepped on Esports World Cup, they're in the grand finals.
Absolutely. We also had some heartbreaking moments yesterday after the survival stage. Team Secret, the sole representative of Vietnam, are now out of contention. Team Vitality, the runner-up of EWC 25, missed out the grand final spot by just 3 points.
But there's a bigger one that made their entry. That's going to be Lion, Latin America. What a performance, taking the top of the charts for the grand finals and then getting a chance to crush the keys. 8 were all done by Lion. And it was, yes, gut-wrenching to see that. But that's the part of Esports World Cup.
In spite of all the heartbreaks, we also have returning champions, right? Our club champion, Team Falcons, are in the grand finals. Our reigning champions, Team Evos Esports, also in the grand finals. And we also have plenty of world champions, Fluxo, Buriram United Esports, and a lot more hopefuls like Lao, MIBLOs, all here for a piece of the pie.
This grand finals is now going to get spicier because Esports World Cup 26 Paris Free Fire, this is the last and final day. Match point is going to be played, and the finals, who will get it all? Because that trophy, we've seen it. Who's going to put their key? We were talking about it. You mentioned, right, them having their inscription in their very own language and then them getting a chance to get 3 keys in their game trophy. All of it along with the totem. That's what it's all about. Making your name in history etched and everything being earned.
And with that being said, I think it's about time to get the grand final started. 300 grand on the line and glory in Paris. Who's going to take it away? Let's get the grand finals going.
Welcome back, everybody, to another club championship update. We have a lot to dive into, so let's get straight into it. First of all, Team Falcons, our defending club champs, are now out of 3 of the 4 games being played here in week 2. That's huge, and let's talk about how they got there, okay? Yesterday, Dota 2 was one of the games they were playing in, but they went out. There's now only one CC eligible team, who is BB Team, competing in that tournament, so it's going to be a tough time for everybody else. And a lot of points were left on the table in Dota 2. Then we're going to move on to League of Legends. In League, we only have T1 and Gen G left in the competition. Now, both of those clubs do have a few hundred points on the board, but it's not enough, and they're both going to need more. So this is an opportunity for them to do exactly that. But now we're going to dive into the games where things are really starting to heat up. MLBB MWI has a massive storyline we have to pay attention to. We have Na'Vi and Team Vitality in the finals, and this is big for 2 reasons. 1, Vitality are the defending champs, and this is an opportunity for them to defend their title. But 2, Na'Vi and Vitality are 1st and 2nd place on our club championship leaderboard. This is huge and a big opportunity for even more points for both of those clubs. Then, of course, we move into Free Fire. And this is where we actually have the most CC eligible teams available. We have Falcons, we have AGAL, MIBR, Twisted Minds, S8UL, and Team RRQ. Now notice, Team Vitality not in that list because they unfortunately went out in the 10th and final match of our survival stage. They missed out, were leapfrogged by S8UL by just a few points. Tragic but huge for the likes of Team Falcons, who I just mentioned really need to get some points on the board because in comparison to where Falcons were last year, they are 1,000 points behind their 2025 CC score. This is crazy, and that's not even counting the fact that AGL have been slaying out in Free Fire, and they could be one of those teams to take the points away from our bigger CC squad. So like I said, so many storylines to pay attention to. We're gonna have to wait to see how the rest of it plays out during the day, and of course, we're gonna have some Toto moments later on, and when those happen, we'll make sure to check back in.
We started off with 24 teams 3 days ago, and now we're down to our final 12. Welcome back to the Free Fire at EWC 26 Finals. I'm the 7WG, and I'm going to be joined by amazing, talented people, not only Conchita, Neptune, and also the rest of the cast that you'll see throughout the day. For today, everything's at stake. It's not just about being in the top 4. It's not just about surviving. It's about becoming the champion and setting your key on that totem for 2026. We'll see which team is going to be doing because we have so many amazing storylines that we'll be guiding you through. But for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that you can join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You can live stream, apply, earn rewards, and maybe we might end up interviewing you today. So if you want to go ahead and check that out, make sure you do so. And while you're at it, check out the EWC app and the EWC website to do your predictions, because our predictions, not gonna lie, mine have been a little bit off. We might have cursed some teams, blessed some other teams, but today we're only gonna be blessing all these squads. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Neptune, Conchita, how are we feeling today? $300,000 on the line, $1 million prize pool, but not only that, being able to become the Free Fire at EWC 26 champion.
I'm not gonna lie, I am feeling it. I mean, I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but standing right here, we can hear the drums of Luxo supporter as well as the flags of RRQ Kingdom. Everyone is here and the game is on. I am feeling it, Neptune.
I'm real excited right now to see how these teams are because some of the teams haven't met after group stage. So I'm really looking forward to how they're going to fight it out.
We saw some surprises, and talking about surprises, make sure you check out the amazing surprise that Free Fire is currently blessing us with, a new mode, the kickoff mode. I know there's a big football match happening this weekend, but you can test out your football skills in the game. Check that out. Let us know how you do. And as I said earlier, use that hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26 to show us how you were able to do on that new mode, because I've been practicing, and let me tell you, I'm at least going to score one time, Neptune.
You're not the only one.
I'll see. I mean, in terms of mobile games, I think I have a better chance because I have been playing a lot.
Ooh, okay, all right. We might have to team up, Conchita, because if not, he's just going to end up beating us up.
Yes, it's gonna walk all over us.
That's not gonna happen. We're not gonna let that happen. All right, we will try our best, just like this squads will be doing. Yesterday at survival stage, we had some pleasant surprises. We gotta start off with the Indian teams. Honestly, nobody expected them to be here in the finals because it was their first time showing up at EWC. But boy, did they end up surprising us with their performances. We're talking about tag. I mean, during group stages, they were averaging about 7.4 eliminations. Yesterday, they were all the way up to 10.3.
Yes, I mean, Apex Gaming have been killing it, but actually what surprised me even more is S8UL. I mean, S8UL. It's kind of hard for me to pronounce, but it's definitely not hard for them to make it to the final because just yesterday they got 94 elimination points to Booyah in just a day. They got 1 eliminations and 2 7 eliminations in one game. That is so amazing. I mean, yesterday's survival stage, I remember correctly, game 7, 6 headshots. That is some individual skills.
Ooh, and not only that, the heartbreaking final match for Vitality fans, SAUL took matters into their own hands and they eliminated them and qualified to the finals.
Actually, I didn't even know that they eliminated Team Vitality. Well, that's the settings of the game right now.
Yeah.
But that's one thing, though. I mean, we didn't expect SAQL to do that because they also are missing one of their players. I mean, when they started off at qualifiers, they don't have Prince right now in EWC. So, like, expectation was very low, but it's good that they were able to navigate.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's gonna come down to can they do it when the top dogs are here? Because not only that, you have the defending champions of EVOS, you have Buriram that they just want to be able to win here at EWC. They got Fluxo, so many amazing teams that are now here in the finals that we'll be keeping a close eye on. But one team that everybody's going to be keeping a very close eye on is none other than Buriram. I think they got some words to say for today.
Good morning, I'm Yosul and welcome to the final stage today. Right next to me, we have Wasana from Buriram United Esports, Thailand's team. Alright, so good morning everyone. And okay, first to fresh start of everything. So can you guys tell me, how does it feel to access to the grand final stage at this moment for Buriram United Esports?
ก็ก่อนอื่นนะฮะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะที่ว่าได้เข้ามาถึงรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอล EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสแล้วนะฮะอยากสอบถามว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะที่เรามาถึงจุดนี้แล้ว
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็คือทำตามเป้าหมายแรกที่ตั้งไว้ได้แล้วต่อไปก็เหลืออีกเป้าหมายหนึ่งที่ตั้งไว้ก็คือคว้าแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
Yeah, so we are very happy and excited. Like we already reached the point that we have been setting up like at the very beginning of this event, and now the only thing that has been remained is like claiming the champ.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so I can see that from our previous tournament, for example, like the C1, you guys seems to be a little bit slowed down, like what happened. But during to this EWC, you guys are so different, like so many changes. So do you think that with other strong contenders like Team Falcons, Fluxo, can you guys made it to the champions?
ก็อย่างตอนเราไปแข่ง C1 นะฮะหรือว่าตอนนั้นเราอาจจะมีเรื่อง slow down บ้างแต่ว่าพอเรากลับมา EWC เนี่ยฟอร์มเราเริ่มกลับมาดีเหมือนเดิมนะฮะอยากสอบถามว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเรามีทีมแข็งแกร่งค่อนข้างเยอะเลยทีเดียวไม่ว่าจะเป็นฟลุกโซพาวคอนอะไรแบบนี้นะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับผม
ก็ที่ฟอร์มอันดับก็เหมือนแบบว่าอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าฟอร์มในทีมมันแบบมีปัญหาอะไรหลายๆอย่างด้วยเรื่องปัญหาแต่ว่าตอนนี้ก็คือพร้อม 100% ครับก็สำหรับผมสำหรับมีทีมตึงก็ดีครับสนุกไปอีกแบบหนึ่งเพราะว่าที่ผ่านมาก็ยังไม่มีรายการไหนที่แบบว่าดูที่จะตึงเท่ารายการนี้เลย
Yeah, so the time at that point when we are playing in C1, like everyone saw that our form is like not the way we normally play because like there's a little bit of problem we have been running to, but right now everything has been fine. So all the problem have been solved, and as like in this event, there's so many strong teams. Actually, we really like it because like, it's really fun to play against a strong team.
Wow, very confident. Actually, I really like that one. No, really, if I listen to like, if I heard of like strong contenders, I would feel so scared of them. But wow, look at him. Wasana, right? Everyone knows Wasana or Buriram United Esports. Alright, so is there anything you want to send to your viewers and especially to the Thailand fans who are following Buriram United Esports at EWC?
ตอนนี้นะครับมีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยไหมครับแล้วก็แฟนๆชาวต่างประเทศด้วยนะที่คอยซัพพอร์ตบุรีรัมย์ในการแข่งขัน EWC ครั้งนี้ครับ
ก็วันนี้มาสุดท้ายแล้วครับรอบชิงนะพวกผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จะคว้าแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนได้ครับก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยครับวันนี้ที่นี่เริ่มบ่ายโมงก็ในรายการแข่งจริงๆก็น่าจะประมาณ 6 โมงเย็นครับก็ฝากติดตามมันด้วยครับพวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้
Alright, so thank you so much everyone for keep supporting us. Like we already made it to the grand final, so right now we're gonna start playing at around 1 p.m. So in Thailand it's supposed to be around 6 p.m. and I hope you guys gonna be enjoying in our games.
So cute. Okay, one more question. If you guys are the champion, how many games you guys will make it? Like how many games can you make it to become the champions?
คิดว่าต้องใช้กี่เกมครับจนกว่าเราจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนได้ในการแข่งขันวันนี้
เพราะว่ามาตรฐานมันอยู่ไม่เกิน10 เกมครับน่าจะเป็นแชมป์ได้แต่ว่าถ้าเป็นโดยปกติแล้วรายการอื่นแต่ถ้ารายการนี้ทีมตึงขนาดนี้ผมให้ไม่เกิน12 เกมครับ
Normally it's gonna be around 10 games, but for this time. There's so many strong teams, so many strong candidates. So I would say around 12.
Okay, we got our first number 12 for Freedom United Esports. Thank you, Wasana, so much, and thank you to our translator as well. This is the end of our interview, and please continue to support your favorite team for Freedom United Esports or any team that is here in the final stage of AWC 26 Free Fire. See you guys in a bit.
Good to hear from one of the favorites to possibly lift this championship at the end of the day. And the reason why we have to focus on that squad is because they were the top dogs out of the groups, especially when it came down to points. They were averaging about 19.7 points. And this is why they're part of our PS5 story of the day. Not only them, it's going to be EVOS as well because they're the defending champions. But going back to Buriram, honestly, if there was ever a time to be able to lift that EWC trophy, it will be today.
We're looking forward to it. They have managed to do it in the global finals for FFWS already. So I don't think they will be slowing down. And you did put a little bit of numbers. Not only did they get that average points, when we compare them with EVOS Divine, it seems like they are quite equal in both placement as well as elimination. But the only difference is, or what is favoring Freedom United, is the number of times they are in top 3. Because they did end up 8 out of 12 to be on that spot. So it's very difficult to have that on, especially when they are playing in Kalahari as well as Nextera.
And with the match format that we're going to be doing, right? The format for today, we got a chance to hear it earlier, but just to recap for everybody, it is going to be a format as in match point. They have to make sure they reach the threshold, which is currently set at 90 points. And with the consistency that you're currently setting, by the way, we're going to be playing unlimited games. We don't have currently a marker, but a team that you mentioned as well. And I know, Conchita, you really want to talk about this one because I personally, this is one of my soft spots for me for today. It's going to be none other than EVOS Divine. They already have their name on one of those totems, and it was actually the totem from last year. They're looking to do it again. A lot of people have been saying it was going to be more difficult, but honestly, with the way that they're performing during groups, it's not looking that difficult.
Well, let's talk about numbers first, shall we? I mean, EVOS Divine did go straight to the final. They finished second with 229 points. That is beneath Buriram, of course, but they have 134 elimination points and 3 Booyah as well. So they do have what it takes to go to the final and be a contender. But I have to be honest, it's not going to be easy for EVOS because looking at the map, looking at the teams that also made it to the final, I see that a lot of drop zones and a lot of rotations are going to clash with Lion, and we all know Lion is so good at playing quick, efficient games. They are quick with the rotation, efficient with the player changing. So I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge. I mean, just look at the statics that Lion have yesterday in match 9 during the survival stage. They just went for it. They have 25 elimination points and a Booyah, 14,940 damage points with a whopping 20.72% of target shots. That is amazing. I mean, they came with a clutch, and EVOS Divine, looking at numbers also, that's not something that I'm really proud of, especially going through the year. But I think if we're talking about determination, if we're talking about what they are willing to do to actually make that back-to-back happen, they might have a slight chance.
Yeah, and for EVOS, they're going to be looking for Wasana to be able to perform. Something I know you've been keeping a close eye on Neptune is those skills that they're going to be using.
Yeah, especially if he is given the opportunity to get to that Oscar, the Valiant Dash. No blue walls will be safe. No opponents will be left standing in there. And we rarely see it out of Wasana, but the best opportunity they have to counter that, or some of the teams right here, is to add that with a head like Dreki, because they know exactly when they are trying to heal up. So that's the best advantage that they have for a rusher like Wasana.
And if we're talking about teams that have won previously here at EWC, even though it is mostly a completely different roster, we have to talk about Team Falcons because yesterday was a big step up for this squad and they showcased that they can also get those booyahs.
Yes, I am so excited because I finally got their first booyah of the tournament. I mean, yesterday at the survival stage, it proves that it's never too late, and it sent them to the 3rd position. I mean, that is crazy. 105 elimination points, and it was game 8, was it, that they got 21 elimination points and 13,200 100 damage points with 1,044 average survival time. That is so amazing. Now that is a statistics that I wouldn't want to miss.
And for all the squads, honestly, at one point you might just have to say, you know what? Throw those note cards away, throw everything away, because today is either make it or break it. Go for broke for them. Make sure that you're actually going to be able to lift that trophy up at the end. Be consistent and become the Free Fire at EWC champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals start now.
It all come down to this. Just 12 teams remain in the battle for supremacy on the Giria City Grid.
Teams who have poured their hearts out on the main stage, and today they go again. So join us as we welcome your finalists to the stage, starting with S8UL Esports.
Lion!
Buriram United Esports.
Loud Sneakers.
AGAL.
Team Apex Gaming.
Twisted Minds.
MEBA Los.
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
Fluxo W7A.
Team RRQ.
And finally, your defending champions of RWC, EVOS Esports. Whether you are the favorite or the underdog, you all have the same goal to lift that trophy and claim the lion's share of $1 million.
Today on this stage, history will be made, a legacy will be cemented, and a champion will be crowned. So welcome to the finals of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup in Paris.
It is time for grand finals of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
So no time to wait anymore. I think it is time to introduce our teams.
Bom, eu considero muito que a gente é mais forte por conta que eu tenho muita confiança no meu time, em mim mesmo.
It's all about the timing.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจที่ได้เข้ารอบชิงครับแล้วก็อยากทำผลงานในรอบชิงให้ดีที่สุดครับอยากได้แชมป์
Members of the Falcons on fire. Loud is stuck in a corner. What a shot!
And they won't be denied.
สำหรับผมก็น่ากลัวทุกทีมครับถ้าได้เข้ารอบมาในแกรนด์ไฟนอลทุกทีมคือเก่งหมดครับ
Eu sou muito confiante em mim mesmo e no meu time, mas nada tirando o mérito da Loud nem do fluxo em si.
ทีมที่อยากจะเอาชนะได้มากที่สุดผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์แล้วก็เอจิโกบอลเพราะว่าเป็นทีมไทยแล้วก็ตึงทั้งสองทีมแล้ว
The mantle falls at the very end.
หลังจากเล่นรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจเสร็จนะครับก็รู้สึกว่ามีทีมที่เก่งเยอะครับผมเยอะกว่าที่คิดก็เลยทำให้ต้องทำแผนแล้วก็เล่นให้ดีขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับ
มีโอกาสได้เห็นเนี่ยผมจะทำทุกอย่างเพื่อให้ทีมได้แชมป์นะ
Só queria agradecer a torcida de sempre. Se Deus quiser aí a gente vai erguer esse troféu aí por vocês.
Nothing is given, everything is earned, and for sure, every single one of these teams on stage today made it here from their sweat, blood, and tears.
There's a lot of teams that is looking forward to this moment, especially those who struggled in the survival stage and those who were watching after that group stage.
This is the finals here at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. Free Fire seeing its biggest of the competitions and the biggest of names now made their way to the stage. They have unlimited games, but not the same in terms of the eliminations. They have unlimited challenges in front of them, but not the same when it comes to the eliminations because somebody else might take it away. They all start in our match number 1. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Neptune as well as Dash Bunny, and we will take you through the grand finals for this very first match.
Yeah, it is loud out here. We have the fans coming here cheering for their teams. We have battles of rivalry, and making it here today was not easy. We had stories of heartbreak, we had stories of comebacks, we had stories of last-minute pushes to make it here. And after all, for good reason, after so long, we are seeing India on the big stage. Lucifer, this must be a big moment for you.
It is not just for me, it is for the people of India. It is for the players of India. It's for the community of India to see for the very first time. Imagine they step onto Esports World Cup and there are 3 teams. And on day 1, nothing happens. Day 2, Team Apex Gaming end up getting 2 booyahs and that rallies up the entire other squads. And survival state starts off. We end up seeing an Indian booyah to start things off. SA Duel then follow up. Tag follow up. Back to back. A lot of cascading things happening. And Neptune, you mentioned, out of the 10 games we had, 5 ended up going to India.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot that has been brought in by India right now, and that's a real surprise. It's not only the teams, it's not only viewers out there, even the talents, because at some point they were introduced right here, and there's very little expectation. But now this is where those were broken. There's a lot of challenges that they face, and again, group stages, like not so much of points, but when they went into survival stage, that's when they dominated. Didn't even expect this kind of numbers out of teams, 40% for both Team Apex Gaming as well as SAUL to be able to get to the top 3. And like judging from the teams that were part of survival stage, that was not easy.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy. And Mike, most importantly, I don't know what it is, the mentality, right? Coming into day number 2. I remember AJ was saying, hey, even if you got one Indian team up there, it's already really good. Well, lo and behold, we have 2 onto the big stage. And most importantly, the consistency that came in during the survival stage, during, the elimination day as well, was shocking. It was night and day. I'm not too sure what happened the night before. I'm not too sure what they talked about. I'm not too sure what the coaches were happening. And this is where, I think everyone's getting very, very cautious, because no team should be looked down upon. No team should be underestimated. And in this situation today, everything is up in the air.
Yeah, everything is going to be earned. That's the status of our grand stage now. But talking about this, there is one team that I'm pretty sure upset majority of the Southeast Asian teams who wanted to be here in the grand finals yesterday in survival stage. That is none other than Lion. They roared yesterday. Their name completely glittering and golden rays of sun.
Yes.
They took the stage up on a storm and now they are here. Yes, the other giants are still here, but they are one to look out for.
Yeah, speaking of Lion, since we're going to start this first map, look at the numbers. They are the ones on top. They get 1 booyah out of this, and they total 75 every time, or for all the games that they played in Solara. So I'm really looking forward to this, and we talked about this. This is one of the newest maps in Free Fire right now, and there's still a lot of challenges being encountered by the team. So those who really make the adjustment and study this hard, it has a good chance of grabbing that booyah.
Yeah, I think if anything's up in the air right now, we talked a little bit about what it means today as you go into the game, right? Because again, the drop spots are going to be swapping. We didn't have the teams that made all the way to grand finals yesterday as well. So yesterday was a battle of just trying to survive. Today is a battle of going up against the giants. After all, those names that made it all the way here today had 1 day rest, had some time to dissect the rotations, the drops, the strats, and everything else in between. But my question is, can they, overcome the high and momentum that some of these teams had coming in from yesterday itself from survival stage?
Right now, having the high is going to be Fluxo. We've been seeing from the very beginning.
Oh yeah.
They've been highly in terms of their roaring noise that we've been looking forward to cheering for Fluxo W7M. But right as now, Solara has started off Team Apex Gaming and Lion. They fight it out at Eco Drain.
This is what we're talking about. Lion would be the greatest threat out of India right now, because Team Apex Gaming is facing them in Eco Drain. And well, it's a good thing that KD God does have elevation, does have information. But the only question though is who is going to push, because Joker might have a good chance right now, but not a great weapon to use in those battles.
Here they come right now. Joker waiting in the wings. He's been good with these fights and managing to steal away one more, saving his teammate as well in that process. Still healthy as a 4. The shots are good. And the Lions are going completely nuclear right now. 2 in the bag.
We spoke about them roaring and they are not stopping. Wolverine in trouble right now. Games King surrounding him, trying to take a trip down the pipe, but it's not going to work out. Joker is also on the other end. That's going to be 3 big eliminations. Eco Drain completely drained out of Team Apex Gaming.
But that's one thing, and in spite of all the engagement that's happening, seems like KD Gao did manage to pull away, and he is going just in the middle of the studio. But on the other side, we're also seeing SAUL. Troll has been taken down, but Jack right now trying to defend themselves against Twisted Mind, but you know how twisted they can be. Noor is just ignoring them, and MP5 trying to eliminate.
It's just nasty how these shots are coming through here, because Twisted Minds losing their players one by one. Bunny comes close, separated from Noor, but the crossfire is too much to deal with. The Bass also will fall next.
Twisted Minds, they tried to go for a challenge, it did not work out. SAUL Esports, we were talking about this, their mentality of just going in for those hits, eliminations, that's all in front of their mind, not who they're challenging. And something similar Buriram United Esports just ended up getting 4 eliminations, almost about to eliminate a whole squad, but that did not happen. But they also need their title. Husky was mentioning the one title that they need in their cabinet is EWC.
Oh yeah, let's see though, because they have been going for the hub drop for so many times already when it comes to this map, and I was just surprised that someone is really challenging them. But going back to challenge, earlier it was Lion taking down Team Apex Gaming. Now it is Fluxo who's trying to beat them down, and there goes Joker, not really joking around, but let's see if they'll be able to fight back.
This area is so hot right now because on top of Fluxo, we also have AGL here too. Della barely alive, waiting in the wings, hoping that Fluxo will move away, but they have marked the heck out of him as well. A lot of pressure, a lot of util coming to him, and finally knocked down as well. There we go, Bobs will find him in the end, but AGL wants to challenge this phase.
Oh, here comes a new challenger, AGL right now, and this just looks like a good storyline because everyone is going into Eco Drain, and if you lose this, everything will go down the drain.
It will indeed. Fluxo, they want to make sure that they're the ones who are on top of this. They're the ones who pull that key lever and take AGL if possible. But AGL, they're quick on this. They're on their heels, see the slide rails, and decide to get out. They don't want this early engagement. We've been talking about AGL haven't found their title yet. They've been striving for it. They tried to get closer, but right now, it seemed like it was a distraction. He knocks the player, will try to get a confirmation, but right now Fluxo not giving it, but still he will secure Butzin's elimination.
It's nice seeing this. Dio was barely alive right now, managing to go for that reset, and they can just bide their time. Wasn't aware that Fluxo would be able to answer back, and they're looking good. Yeah, Butzin's out, but they're going to be able to bring him back into the game, and there you go, so quickly. The only team right now that is currently down and out, at least with only one player left, is Made in Brazil lost, and for the rest of the team, rotations could come in from a different side here, but I think for Fluxo, finding Dio might be key. Spots him out, sees him, but over on this side here, RRQ did cross paths with Yago and somehow survived. No! Gets him in the end, and Lost wasn't able to survive for as long as he wanted.
You spoke too soon, Cash, and now RQ will be getting that 4 elimination to their side, but there's another one that is just waiting in the shadows. It's Team Falcons right now. And this has been one of the rivalries that has been happening in Southeast Asia. But Team Falcons, you know how their signature is. They won't be going in carelessly. They want to get information out of teams right now. And even RQ might be able to be caught off guard, but they are just waiting. Look at the discipline out of Team Falcons.
Information's gotten. Maal finds the opening. Keroro is done for. That is what RRQ want. A strong start. Nero's Flushy being used, P9 trouble, position revealed, he'll also be taken down. At the pair, and more on fire. He tries to pull up the chrono, but for how long will he survive? Surrounded by 3 players from RRQ, and RRQ gets 7 total eliminations and trouble the reigning club champions.
How is this happening? When we saw the Falcons throughout the entirety of this week, they were the ones hunting, they were the ones taking up that space and winning, but now silence.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he needs silence right now, though he doesn't have the stealth bites to pull away. Does have the Skylar, the Riptide with him, but I'm surprised they didn't use that to at least save their teammates because they were covered in blue walls right there, and he does have an angle take when it comes to the snipe. But I guess priority is to bring back the teammates. Once one goes down, you always go for the vending machine.
The starting always for Falcons has been similar like this. The story, unfortunate for them. But right now, a change in Lions' favor right now. Twisted Minds, we saw them suffering a little because of Buriram United, but now they change and turn the tides. Twisted Minds, this is a team that everybody did not have much expectations on, but they were the ones who made it at the top in Group B. And now, Diamond, the last man, will have to make a quick run, try to go in for a revive. But when we talk about the revive, look at the circle. It's made a revive of a battle as it's moved completely north.
Yeah, this hard shift's got to be crazy. The southern side there, the shift, I would call it the Great Migration, is about to be insane. It's about to be bloody as well. And speaking of bloody, the Perang Serumput about to happen.
Well, let's see. This is a replay from where RRQ did manage to take down a few, or not a lot, of players out of Lost. Now, as we look back into RRQ, it's Twisted Mind, and they are challenging as well as Pino just got revived, but seems like they are still on no elimination streak.
RRQ have lost They might have gotten the 8th elimination. Rans is in trouble. Ziptide Rhythm. Chrono being pulled down. What a shot on the AC-80. Puts Diamond down instantly. And Twisted Minds thought they might be up on the battle because of number disadvantage. And now RRQ is getting closer. Diamond's confirmation comes through. But the boss, he decides that the revive's important rather than an exchange of a battle.
Here we go there. Twisted Minds managing to find a bit more space to work with. Don't want to overstep because RRQ does have a bit more space to work with. They have no clue where the crossfires are coming through here. Sees one shot coming through here. One of his teammates does get picked up by Abe, but they're not done. The knock comes through, and here comes that collapse. Gonna drain down that utility, but nothing really set in stone. Gets one. Twisted Minds getting dropped one by one, but Abe will fall in return. Both teams suffering heavy losses. Wasn't taking into account of the crossfire and the later rotation coming in for Twisted Minds, but Ma'al answers back. Abe will not be able to be saved here.
That Riptide Rhythm was deadly. If it wasn't for the time turner, they could have fallen already. Let's see though, because Twisted Mind, despite of all the elimination, it's RRQ who has the most on the numbers. But who's coming in to join the party? It is Team Lion roaring right now against these two teams.
Della has already found the opening. Diamond's down as well now. Joker gets that confirmation instantly, and whatever Twisted Minds did is all put to rest.
Both teams are left with one, RRQ and Twisted Mind, and that's when they need to move. Because even before that battle ended, the zone is already moved away from them. There's a lot of travesty that might be happening right now because there's still a lot of teams waiting into the next foe.
And speaking about waiting here, Buriram United, as usual, quiet in that early game, but somehow they've already gotten 5 eliminations here. TAG waiting in the wings, they need to take this fight to be able to get, they will take a fight to keep Buriram United away from their compound. Not happening quite yet, and now Wasana with the sprays on top side, bit of chip damage, but that's not more than that he can do.
Chrono being used by Team Apex Gaming, they will survive this, but there's Jonah and the shield gun peppering them one after another. Jonah gets a double as well as he puts 2 of the players down. Wasana wants the confirmation, is not letting them go. Along with Jonah, 2 players from Team Apex Gaming are put to rest, and Wasana wants to take this battle even closer.
Well, most people say don't go chasing waterfalls, but Buriram United is chasing them away from this area, and now they might be able to get in onto the next phase of Circle, but there's a lot of teams who has been forced onto the north right now, and we know that they're very near to Riders Club, and we'll have to find out though, there's a lot of contention that will be happening, especially for Team Falcons, who uses that as their drop. But going back to Buriram United, the battle's not yet over between them and Team Apex Gaming. Wolven being shot at with a quick scope from Jonah.
He just got dropped, and now even Sailjan. Jonah is looking unstoppable with his car 98k. That is 9 total eliminations, and Jonah has 7 of it. He has taken 7 of the eliminations, and Team Apex Gaming still stuck in the same compound. What does KD God and Shoto do to make it through from here?
At this point, just wait. What can you do? You don't want to take this fight. You want to be able to survive and go for that reset here. But as for Buriram United, are they going to go hunting is the question. Might be. Decides to just move away from the area just for a little bit more time. Could cross paths to the players for Twisted Minds on the top side.
I want to see though, Buriram United, the same strategy that they have been doing for the longest time. Don't go into the next phase of Circle just yet. Just wait into the edge until it collapses. But there's still a lot of problems that we need to face later on. And from what we're seeing for Team Falcons, they're holding their ground quite well. Despite of not getting elimination, they still have that high ground in Riders Club.
Lion, at least for the time being, safe keep. They activated Steffi. The painted refuge will protect them for the time being. But now they have to get closer. Falcon shots, they're not connected as best as they would have wanted, and the start has also not been great. However, an answer back is something that we spoke about. Tag have somehow found something. But Lion, their challenge and their entry, and they find a player from Twisted Minds somewhere in the scarce.
You know what's really crazy looking at Lion right now? They're able to not only take this fight, but even throw bodies as a 4. Evo's in trouble. Ray barely alive right now, taking a lot of damage from Guacos. And now the lull and the wait. And speaking of lull and wait, their Fluxo, their members getting completely swarmed.
Oh, this is a battle that everyone has been waiting for. Buriram United going against Fluxo, but We've seen Fluxo lose 2 of their players, and the jump is on, but the shift of the zone might force them to move away. MT7 as well as Gio right now just holding their ground, but Jonah with that stealth bites using that Moors. A surprise hit might be done, and great timing for the combination of Wasana as well as Get High for that push and probably the elimination.
There's a counter. Gio for the timing, but doesn't work again. The shield gun coming through. And this time it's going to be Get High. And Buriram United Esports, they will be able to put a rest to that aggression. And with that, we also see S8UL Esports getting eliminated. A lot of losses, one after another, as Solara has very less space.
Yeah, not a lot of space, and everyone seems to have found a small part of that pie. But the Falcons, look at their positioning on the top of this building, and you've seen how much damage they can do with the snipers, with the long-range weapons. And most importantly, the ones on the bottom side here are going to have to compete for that space. Meanwhile, for Shoto in trouble, AGL putting that pressure onto him, and this guy has been the hero for this team, pulling them out from so many very, very dire situations. But in this situation, they can't do more than that! Because it's going to be Buriram United steals away the point, and AGAL not a lot of space to work with.
AGL, they have just a bus to protect themselves, but on the other end, Buriram, they have an entire compound. It seems like a farming land for themselves. 15 eliminations. This is game number 1. They're looking unstoppable. Riptide Rhythm, they want to break down AGL. Nothing's working. Flash freeze, nades being tossed. Riptide Rhythm again. AGL might get closer. Doesn't work. Varos is down. Cypher, Nameless, and you trying to close the distance. But AGL, their numbers have lost. 9 eliminations. Again, a player opening found was Sana. Might have been traded off by 2. Nameless is doing with the Trojan. Moshi holding it off. And now Wasana also down. Moshi, the only one, and AGL somehow have changed this.
Well, a quick revival for Buriram United might be the saving grace for team of Buriram United. AGL did put up a great fight, but 2 is still at it, and he is going for that 1v2. Will he be able to survive? The answer is no, and they were going for a risky approach, especially in this phase 4 of the circle. That HP or that zone will be damaging their HP, and I don't know what could have been done at that point for AGAL, but Buriram United was just waiting for it. It's just unfortunate that they lost 2 of their players.
So Dinoculars used as well. Gives away the game for so many of these teams, but Buriram United not down and out yet. Loud is here, as Guacos will be the next victim. A little angle seen by Rasha, wants to be abused. A double swing as well, making sure that no one survives the initial skirmish. And the Lions cannot survive longer. Down and out, 3 teams left.
Thanks to Aim God, Evos is still survived. But the dash coming out from Falcons, that was crazy. Almost ended up putting Evos to rest.
Now, this is an ending that we haven't seen for a long time. No full squad in contention. 3 remains, 2v2v2. But we are seeing Moshi. And there have been a lot of comments wherein Moshi could have been putting that much on the snipe already. But this is a place to really show up.
Look at the last 3 teams. How much do they have in surviving? Just 2 each. It's a 2v2v2. Evos, Loud, and Buriram United. Evos are the defending EWC 25 champions. Now looking forward to EWC 26. Loud, they won the very first trophy for Brazil, and Buriram United won the biggest in the cabinet, that is EWC.
Jonah has been a heavy hitter for this game, but a box falls. Moshi, great shot coming in from the area. But the circle is shifting and everyone is just trying to find that space, but Loud is a little bit quicker to the zone. They have positions, they have the high ground angles, and it gives a lot of question marks for the rest of the teams for their rotations.
Well, as you say, first to the circle, first to the win. Let's see if they'll be able to pull it off. And God, not so much of contention. Even with a inhaler, he might not be able to survive. But he did manage to go for a clutch, a 1v2 in this fight. And now he has to deal with 2 players from Team Loud.
He got help from Loud. That is the reason Buriram United instantly shut down. But as you said, it is a 1v2. Look at him sneakily walking across, crouching, making shot. Loud have no idea, but BCP has spotted him. In God, SVD, can he connect the first? If he can bring it down to 1v1, it's better, but the information delayed. And as long as time passes, it is Loud that will surround him. And we know Nix, he's such a good player. And once he gets to the CQC, he will instantly put the player down.
He's rushing forward here right now. He's able to just go for the 1v1. It'll be really good. His shots go wide, but they're crunching it from 2 different angles. The respect's given. And Loud makes sure they secure that first booyah of the day.
Loud Snickers are the loudest to start the Free Fire here at Esports World Cup 26 Paris' Grand Finals. What a game coming in, and Nix, we knew he had this potential. They were waiting to get to the final, started off, and in the very first game for Brazil, they opened with a booyah.
Oh, this is what everyone has been looking forward to. Who's going to get that first booyah? But we also seen a lot of elimination from the other teams who didn't make it this far. Let's take a look at a replay right now, and this is one phenomenal play coming from Evos, but it's just unfortunate that the pressure is on, not only on those HP, but also on that zone.
Oh no, crazy work coming in from Loud as well. I think one thing's for sure though, we all had our favorites. We saw our favorite players just completely farming it out. But when it matters the most, that final moment, Loud prioritizing positioning over these fights gave them so much extra advantage to just give them not only the booyah, but those extra placement points.
Yeah, they needed it. They wanted a good start. We've been seeing Loud. We even spoke about it, right? In the group they were in, they were very consistent. They ended up getting 2 booyahs to start things off. But Buriram United Esports, unfortunate for them, they had an opportunity. They should have been the ones closing it. Look at them. Without the booyah, they have 30 total points, 22 eliminations. If not for Loud Snickers, if not for Nix from that far angle, finding a clash and helping Aim God out, we would have seen Buriram with the win.
I mean, we've seen this side Brim from before.
No.
Even in group stages.
Yeah.
Like, they did manage to get 23, so this is not even close to the record that they have. But I'm really loving this side of BRU. The aggression is really needed, especially in first match of the day, because it's not just a booyah that is needed by the team in this early parts. It's more of farming the numbers to get to that 90.
You know what's really insane? I think I said to them, well, it's going to be a bit more quiet from Buriram United early, and it was. But throughout all of that, Jonah was farming so many eliminations. Out of all of that, I believe he had like, 13 to 15 eliminations by himself. And for now, who better to break it down for us other than the analyst later? We'll be right back before we go to that.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
I moved from a small town to a big town like São Paulo, and they always hugged me, made me part of the family. We started with a little since we were W7M in the past, and now we are Fluxo W7M. Literally hugged me and made me part of the family. I feel that I'm part of everything that's happening, and they gave me the chance to come here, and for real, it's like more family than my family real. Mostly important game on Brazil since they made a chance for everyone first to be here, first to play. Like the owner of Fluxo Nobru was a professional player from nowhere, become the highest, the toppest guys in Brazil, in the world. No, everyone knows Nobru in Free Fire. And I think that the most important thing about games is it's the feeling that make you feel part of and to give you a chance to prove yourself. never came to Paris and never came to this side of Europe. And it's incredible. We went to Eiffel Tower. In day, night, Paris looks like an art piece. Everywhere you look, it looks like an art piece, looks like a movie. So it's very, very beautiful.
Well, let's get loud here for Free Fire. I'm Lace, joined by Conchita, and look, the Brazilian teams are arguably some of the best teams that we have in the competition today, and they have a lot to try and earn today, taking over the Southeast Asia's team. They really, really want this, and of course, Loud coming out with 33 points and 22 eliminations, Conchita. What an exceptional start for our Brazilian teams.
Yes, of course, but if we're talking about Brazilian teams, isn't it also a surprise to see Lost got sent back really soon to the lobby, and RRQ from Indonesia was the one who got them sent back? I mean, yes, RRQ did drop at Delta Isle and they had to fight their way through Lost. They managed to get out. I mean, I am pretty proud of RRQ today, even though they didn't get that much points. They had to fight against Falcons, which they managed to edge out. They also had a very intense meeting with Twisted, who almost got them twisted. But all in all, EVOS Divine was also very phenomenal. I mean, that was crazy. The last fight with Aim God as the last man standing, I am just so excited.
I mean, of course we want to see all these teams do incredibly well, but it looks like Loud is leading the pack at the moment. But of course, we're going to get the game started sooner than later. And let's throw it over to Tash, Lucifer. Let's go.
And also Neptune. It's okay, I haven't forgotten you. Now, you know, we are hearing right now that Loud is currently the team that is leading the pack, at least in terms of Booyah. But points-wise, though, it's still in favor of Buriram United. After all, it is the first map, but showcasing our skills on the second map when everyone's in momentum is going to change.
Yeah, well, definitely it needs to change right now, because from what we're seeing, they're already 1/3 of what is needed right now to be able to activate that match point. But judging from where everyone is dropping for the flight path that we have, and you know for a fact that this is my favorite map. The skewed flight path, or somewhat skewed flight path that we've seen, might have forced the team to go in for those hot drops. But look at that, Team Fluxo and Team Apex Gaming. I think they're going to start it hot on that golf course.
Sahil Jad is the closest, and there it is. Bullets being rattled. Mini Uzi, but also a scar on and dash from Butson. But Sahil dodges that. Glue wall being used, but I don't think he has enough resources for the very start. And Butson is quick on it. Gets the very first elimination of our match 2. I really like that you mentioned this match point. Everybody needs to understand, it's no more about getting to the top of the charts. It's about reaching 90 points. And that's what EVOS want to do, but will be failed because of Cypher. AGL also missed their opportunity just because of how Buriram somehow held themselves, because AGL looked like they were about to shut down Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, the silent AGAL was there, almost getting into it. But now, with that Cypher elimination, they're now ahead of EVOS. But we'll have to see, though, because we still have Ray and Rasia in play. And look at what Pecker coming from Ray. This could be the game changer if in case Do moves up that hill. But knowing Do and knowing the potential of any other sniper in this competition, he will not be going there.
It's going to be very interesting because we've seen so many resets coming through from EVOS this early. I would say around disadvantages have been, I would say, saved so many times from these teams. Regardless, as we look through the area right now, no one's really too actively going for fights. But the southern side, though, very interesting to me.
While we were discussing about how the southern side would be, where teams will be fighting out, Buriram again find one more on EVOS. It seems like Buriram is looking unstoppable. They do not want to stop, but so does even Tag. Sahil Jat might have been lost, but now an opportunity for Shoto. Ma'al spotted, but damage is the only thing that was done. No knock, and good for Shoto is the entire RRQ is still not here, so Tag is rallying towards this fight.
And from what I'm seeing, we have 3 teams on the southern island of Purgatory, and Fire Brigade might need those fire trucks later on because RRQ then managed to start it off, but a lightning zone just to make sure that they have limited advantage when they try to go in for a rush on Central, and they are targeting Team Apex Gaming, but Team Apex Gaming knows what they need to be done. Lightning zone is here. Just hide out on those rooftops.
And most importantly as well, we also seeing the rotations coming in from the Falcons. But meanwhile, over on this side, Lost currently wanting to catch up in the points that they had missed out earlier. Now Rahone on one side here, tagged onto EVOS players, but Albox done quite yet. Being so aware of the positioning where Yago is and the rest. AGL also close by.
Very difficult for MRBI loss. They were not only fighting with one team, but AGL, look at Cypher. This might be a distraction because his teammates are close by. But defending a 1v1 is going to be difficult with Yago lost. MRBI lost. They already went out with 0 points in the previous game, and now if they do it, it's going to be even more tougher.
You might be right with that Cypher being the bait, and there goes the push! The first time ever in EWC, we see that knock up with that vehicle, and they only have one left out of MIBR lost, but nothing is lost right now. A full revive has happened.
Yeah. And now they go again, this time against EVOS. AimGod takes a bit of damage here. Battles bought a bit of time. And throughout all that, ABAX has already been stolen away into the lobby. AimGod tries to go for the reset. Valiant dashes away to safety for the time being. EVOS stuck, rushes forward. HP so very low by AimGod. But now for Ray, gonna be swarmed by all the members of AGAL, not able to survive.
This is why your skills are important. Electrotherapy protecting them for far so long. That is the reason EVOS couldn't fight back. They had only 2 members and them getting taken down. Thankfully, that's not a full elimination, but there was an elimination that happened. That is Team Apex Gaming and Falcons. Seems like game number 2 is their comeback.
Elicito, they can come back right now. They are just going in the edge of a circle, still hanging on that south side, and they thought they might be able to find someone on Central, but they were a little bit too late to party right now. But from what we're seeing, they are gathering all the loots that they have, and they're just going for the basic gameplay. Silent in the beginning, and then deadly towards mid to end. But the only question though is how are they going to find their way into the next phase of the circle? We still have a few moments before it closes in and the second phase shows up, but the battle between AGAL and EVOS is not yet done.
EVOS, what is happening? ABAX will be able to revive, but look at AGAL, Cypher. Right to the face with the M590 Valiant Dash. And now another conversion, 9 elimination. AGL, what they missed out because of Buriram in the previous game, they want to make it happen. 30 points, what Buriram pulled off. AGL want to do it. This is what we've been talking. Buriram have earned titles. They are our World Series Global Champions of 25. Now they want an EWC Championship in their name. Falcons, they want to get back to their winning ways that they had in 24. They want another EWC title for themselves. And 6 total eliminations.
In this situation as well, the lull, the silence is here, but the middle side of the map is very interesting as Fluxo does manage to hunt down the members of RRQ somewhere there. We see Troll also falling, EVOS as well suffering heavy damage. This map, what looks quiet on this side, is hectic on the rest of the areas.
Elicito, because we are looking at Lost right now, who might be chilling like a villain at this moment, but we are seeing a few players, not only from Team Falcons from the south, but also RQ from the north. So the pinch might happen right now, but again, we are just waiting for the shift of that next phase. And as you see it, both of the 3 of the teams are in there right now. And look at the numbers that these players has been bringing in. And we have highlighted already, Brim United. The number that they can put in the fight, that only shows why Jonah and Moshi is the best players so far in this lobby.
But you see in the mix of it, there's Dew. That was the reason how AGL almost looked like they would survive. Did not still, but now this is game 2. Purgatory, a lot could change, and that's what Falcons also want to. MIBR lost, they want to change their fate from getting out of 0 points to at least something. But it so far doesn't seem to be the case. Even SAQL, they want their points, but Maal 77 says that is going to be an elimination. And right at the riverbank will sweep away SAQL's chances once again.
Well, Maal, the deadly sniper from Indonesia, right now going solo. Rest squad still not found in this map, but I know there is a plan. They are the mastermind into the stealth mode with that. The stealth bites using that more skill. They might be heading in to where this engagement is happening between Loud and MIBR Lost.
General taking a lot of damage right now. Bare Life managing to just survive. The pressure coming in from Loud, this high ground, gives them so much value. But Joker, on the other side, they're managing to pick off here, but Loud hasn't been moved quite yet. The lightning zone does come through. General falls, And now Keroro, the Falcons, decide to join in as well. BZP still hasn't picked up already. Keroro finding a nice angle to work with. Goes a bit wide. Finally getting that shot onto Nyx. But the Falcons as well are suffering heavy damage. Bina, Keroro fall. And right now, both teams are barely alive. What are they to do here? Because the RRQ gang has decided to join in.
Falcons had a second chance. They instantly went for the revive. So there is a lifeline for them. But Loud, they're trapped. Trap was the only savior. He used the M79 to bail it out, but he is certainly surviving at the bottom of the hill. And RRQ now charging in. They will get it on fire. That's an added elimination. But can he hold off? Can Falcons actually make a comeback? They're close by. If he holds off for the time being, then RRQ, they might get surrounded once again.
Now that's one thing that we can depend on Fire. He can go for the distraction while the rest of the team is setting up. There goes On Fire, launch pad right now, but it was Limit who was been taken down by a different squad. AGAL has inserted a coin. He is now ready to be the next challenger in this battle. But from this moment, once the second to the third phase is closing in, we expect the teams to slow down, but I guess they are chasing and hungry for those points.
You want to be able to keep up. Again, we started this map 1/3 of the way to match point. You don't want to allow a team to run away with that. We talked a little bit about Buriram United having a quiet start, and this map in particular has been extra for them as well. However, positioning-wise, they look really good right now, taking their time, and it's just open areas in front of them. They don't really have to really fight their way into the zone.
Fighting is the only name of the game today. Everybody has to, because of the match point condition that they have to fulfill if they want to become the champions at the end of the day. Fluxo, not the best start that they have also had here in Purgatory. How do they get out of it? They go back towards the vending machine to recover their players first. A revival point is also close, but they have enough coins and they will get the player back up. 4 all strong together.
Now so far for Fluxo, they do have 3 of those team boosters put up, and one of which would be the out of zone buff. So that's one reason why they can soak outside of that circle. But there's one thing that they need to worry about. The shift has already moved to campsite, and we've seen AGAL already holding on, taking a high ground, and this is deadly, especially in this kind of situation. Same goes for Evos, and Rasya is just waiting for the opportunity. Might be able to pull out that launch pad. A little bit of exchange though. Hands it over to Ray, just in case they need to pull out. They will be able to do it and fly away.
The situation here, the wait is on. I mean, both teams very, very comfortable in their little corners of that map. I'm just waiting for this initiation to happen now. Now, looking at everyone right now, the Lion, plays from Fluxo and Lion later on rotation would be interesting to see, but Abe pressuring the members onto the other side here. No one is truly comfortable, regardless of whether or not they are in the zone.
RQ is happy they got this spot. Falcons left it and the circle still keeps the position of the containers and they will keep it. AGL, however, they know about this position. Falcons, because they left this position and moved towards the vending machine, they also have an idea. So right now, RRQ have to be wary that their enemies in the closest surroundings, and especially that they're out in the open, anybody could target them. But targeting, when we speak about it, Twisted Minds, they did that in Group B and took the top spot. And now what do they do to get those points?
Well, let's see though, because they are very close against Team Falcons, and also Trap from behind, and they get the next phase's circle, so no one will be moving away from campsite. But for those who are surrounding as well as jumping in across that river, trouble is brewing. Buriram United against Fluxo once again, and let's see though who's going to win. The lightning zone has been triggered, and no one is moving that much because they don't want to hit by that bolt maker. But from what we've seen from Fluxo, they are just holding their ground, not letting Buriram United in. The gatekeep is on.
Yeah, the high ground here is good, but Wasana great to take away that space, and they are going to collapse. Great work from Fluxo to take away that space to keep the rest of Buriram United at bay. MT7 just now almost getting knocked down here, but I'm loving the fact that they're so patient in keeping them away. Now, Buriram United forced to reposition, but meanwhile for Loss, gonna take this fight head on against AGAL.
It might be a loss. So far, still no eliminations, but they're close to AGAL, who have the highest in the lobby, 11 in total. Can there be more for AGL, or is it going to be vice versa? It might be a loss. Open up with their very first. Damage being done. Valiant dash being used. Ring 5 with the Bison finds Barros. That is the opening, and they're all stuck inside the away. This is going to be difficult. Cypher also caught out. Surrounding with the glue walls. General jumping across the board. And Rigby finds another that's nameless. And then the last to answer with that AGL will be put to rest. And MIB are lost. Turn the tides.
Oh, stuck in one trailer when they thought they will be able to go for a pickup, and with one glue wall, they do have the windows open. But speaking of windows open, window is opening for Team Falcons, especially with limit on those knives. And same goes with Twisted Mind. And who is the target? The one and only Wasana, who is just going solo right now. And that's 1 out of 2 remaining players. Make that one or none about 1 remaining players out of Buriram United.
Yeah, cannot really move, but Moshi is still around. The question is whether or not he's going to be able to survive all the way till the end. As for Twisted Minds, they have all the idea in the world now to take out Trap, to be able to take away space from the Falcons. Now, it's going to be difficult. You don't know where exactly everyone's going to be. The lack of information keeps the players at bay. And while all that is happening, Joker had already been knocked down there by Made in Brazil loss.
MIB a loss. They needed this opening, they needed this start, and now they're getting eliminations. But the next best team after AGL going out is going to be Twisted Minds with 10 eliminations. But RRQ, they instantly get put out. What was this by Fluxo? Butson, MT7, all of them together put RRQ out. And now Twisted Minds, they have another challenge with Falcons throwing the mentors.
6 teams remaining, 4 full squad in this fight. Twisted Minds still holding on, gatekeeping Team Falcons not to get in. But on the other side, Moshe, the final player from BRU, will be taken down. Now the battle is not yet over. It is MIBR against Fluxo right now. But from what we see, Bunzin is just that aggressive F590 hand, and the rest of the squad is just waiting. They split up on a 2-2.
Fluxo, they need this chance. MIB a loss on the other end. Rigby, the man who was finding the openings, he's been taken down. Giyu is the one, but Glue Wall will protect. They will be able to bring the player back up, but there is MT7. He puts the player General down, and Fluxo are turning this against their own counterparts from the region. Confirmation on Rigby. Ravan and Yago, the last survivors. Bobs is down. This is an opportunity. But Sid with a dash, instantly trying to put one player down. But he will get knocked with the Max 7. Coming down to a 1v1, and it's MD7. He finds and ends MIB a loss.
And now the collapse happens. They have to shift forward here. Twisted Minds coming through. Loud will be annihilated. And somehow throughout it all, Twisted Minds' patience will be rewarded with a booyah.
Patience truly is a virtue. Though they didn't really rush in against opponents right there, they know the timing that they have to take. Even got a few elimination from afar. As I always say, aggression from a distance. And this is where they can get all those points. The only question though is it enough?
Yeah, is it enough? I think that's the question everybody's asking themselves. How many points did we acquire? Where did we end up? Especially because in that last fight, right, except for Twisted Minds who know they got the booyah and they have 12 points, everybody else is wondering, is our elimination as well as placement points enough for us to get back towards the top 5? Because I think at the end of game 2, that's what they have to think about.
And it's a good story as well for Twisted Mind right now, because imagine, ending the previous map or starting this current game, with only 5 points. So they need that additional 12 points from Booyah as well as any elimination that they managed to pull in that game. But I'm really looking forward to some of the shuffle that will be happening on the leaderboard in a bit, because there's a lot of engagement that we've seen from that match.
We are starting to see, I would say, the consistent teams really just rise to the top, right? But most importantly right now, I'd like to say that despite some teams not being able to come play or at least shoot back in map 1, are starting to rise again in this map.
Mati, mira. Posso falar. Agora. Pô, bate no squad. Amassou, caralho.
You can see Loud was happy about it because they again ended up coming in the hashtag 2, because that is enough points to keep them at the top. However, Twisted Minds from Thailand, this is a team that, while the other Thailand teams who are in the top have won titles, this is not a team that everybody is eyeing on.
Yeah.
But they managed to get the second booyah. This is why today's grand finals here we were expecting that anything can happen. You cannot count on one team. If you think Buriram is going to get it, no, right now just Twisted Minds did it. Buriram should have had the first booyah, but Loud got it. A lot going on throughout our matches now.
You did mention a second booyah, so technically this is a second booyah of Twisted Mind all throughout the competition. And we rarely see them really on the top 3. 4 out of 12 from when they played in group stage and group B, when they ended up in the top 3. But this is just them switching it up. What I was expecting was just Mind to be just all out aggressive.
Yeah.
They tried to do so in game number 1, but it did fail. So why not change it up?
Yeah, I mean, changing it up is always really good as well. It throws the, your teammates, not teammates, your other teams in the lobby, off as well. But what I really like to see as well is just really being able to just really take your time. Being really patient is also really good. We have teams that are really, really aggressive and high energy, and somehow they just really just run out of gas in after this.
There's an interview. Let's send it over to Carol.
Hello everyone, Carol Bombshell here. It's a pleasure to be here on stage with you guys. Are you guys enjoying Free Fire? The first 2 matches was amazing, but not as amazing that was for this guy over here, Trap, the team captain for Loud team. And of course, you guys had a great start today. Start with a booyah for sure. It was amazing for you. So how important it is to get off to a strong start in the finals so you can reach the match point. Como é que foi para vocês começarem já com um buiazão aí, né? Já tirar essa pressão aí de dentro. É muito importante para vocês já darem esse primeiro buia?
Com certeza, a confiança que já estava alta vai ainda mais lá em cima. Um buia e um top 2 agora, mesmo com as dificuldades da queda, conseguir segurar o top 2 aí. E é isso, não sei ainda a posição que nós está na tabela, mas estamos muito confiantes.
Awesome. As a Brazilian team has never won AWC before. What would it mean to bring the first AWC Free Fire trophy home to Brazil? O time brasileiro nunca ganhou EWC, isso é certo, a gente já sabe. O que significaria para você, como jogador, e para o time da Loud serem os primeiros campeões do EWC, os primeiros brasileiros campeões do EWC?
Se tudo correr bem, vai ser incrível, né? Porque ninguém ganhou ainda no Brasil. E quando você consegue uma coisa única, é ainda mais satisfatória. E a gente quer muito ser campeão mundial. E ser campeão mundial de uma coisa que ninguém tem, vai ser melhor ainda.
Amazing. So basically what he said was, I'm going crazy right now because getting the first booyah here give us such a great confidence. We get more secure. We can team up even better. We are really happy, but I'm definitely going crazy because I want to know in which position we are in the standings. We know that Buriram was in the first after the first match, but right now we want to know in which positions we find ourselves. And of course, being the first Brazilian team to win at AWC 26 would mean a lot to us, especially representing Loud right now. We know that we can get there, and that's our mission and our goal for today. Thanks so much for the interview, Trap. We wish you the best of luck for you guys. And of course, me and you are gonna watch a lot more of Free Fire. So keep it up with us and back to the studio.
रुक जा जैक रुक जा आने दे एक ही है
ला 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 ला
ओए 3-3-6ได้
มันเหลือแค่3ตัวแล้วก็ต้องขวานะสวยกูรักให้สวยซ้ายดาวยังเหลือซ้ายลงนะยาวดิมึงก็เกี่ยวดิมาแล้วเว้ยว้าวแม่ยิงหัวกูเด็ด
Ooh, look who's here if it's not MT7 and Iago, the two best snipers in Brazil. I mean, of course, we have a lot of best snipers in Brazil, but right now I want to talk with both of you because I know there's a competition going on in Brazil soil, but I want to know all about here at AWC 26. MT7, you share with us your desire to be the MVP, but also the winner here. So what's more important for you right now, the MVP or to be the winner? Qual que é o seu maior desejo? Você contou pra gente que você quer ser o campeão, obviamente, mas também o MVP. O que você preferiria agora?
Ah, com certeza, sem sombra de dúvidas nenhuma, ser campeão. Mas se vier um campeão MVP, já tá bom demais pra mim também, né?
What happens if you're the winner, but Iago is the MVP? E se acontecesse de você ser o campeão e o Iago MVP?
Ah, não, tá de boa. Aí depois eu pego no Brasil e tá tudo tranquilo também.
Oh, that's okay, because he can be the MVP here, and then I will, of course, get it back in Brazil when we are back home. But Iago, you're finally back in a World Championship. What is the feeling to be back here at AWC after 2 years? Você tá de volta num campeonato mundial e qual que é o sentimento de estar aqui depois de 2 anos?
Ah, sempre é muito bom, né? Disputar em alto nível, ainda principalmente no Mundial, como EWC também, que é muito importante para todos, então é muito bom. E agora espero manter para muito tempo aí em vários mundiais.
Did you see that Baby Gold said he wants the MVP and also be the winner? What do you think of that? Você viu que ele falou, né, que ele quer ser o MVP e também o campeão. O que você acha disso?
Bom, é muito bom para ele, mas só que acho que todos os outros que estão aqui também sonham e querem ser MVP. Então é um bagulho muito difícil e todo mundo, ele tá certo, todo mundo tem que ter esse desejo, essa ambição de querer ser MVP e ser campeão. Então ele tá certo.
Well, if his desire is the desire of most of players here, he definitely right, because all of us wanted.
Well, those first 2 matches definitely set the tone for this finals day of Free Fire at EWC 26. We expected the teams, certain teams, to come out hot, and boy did they did. Buriram, especially Buriram, the first match, outstanding, and you were casting it too, Neptune.
Yeah, I was excited in there to cast and as well to see them play. And from what we've seen in there, that's just the usual way for Buriram United. Just go in and grab the numbers as early as possible so that just in case anyone can catch up or they lose out on one game, they already have invested a few points.
And I'm excited to see what Buriram is going to be doing on that 3rd match, because this last match, they didn't get as many eliminations as we expected them to. Talking about teams that weren't really performing that well in the first 2 matches, we got to talk about the Indian teams. A lot of people were expecting them to come in hot. They're currently just not being able to perform against the top dogs. We'll see if maybe a switch up is going to happen with those squads. But I know you want to talk about Evos.
Yes, I want to talk about Evos and RRQ in particular because boy, oh boy, my teams were booked and busy the first 2 maps. I think it's just a little bit unluckiness when it comes to the drop zone, because especially RRQ, if you're talking about Purgatory, that means they're going to have to go through a lot of teams. And yeah, it was right. They have to go through Falcons. They have Apex scamming on their way. So it was definitely a hard early game for them, especially at the Fire Brigade. They were also forced to be separated by Fluxo. They lost Abai. That was a huge hit. So I think and I hope that RRQ could be more wise when it comes to the rotation and maybe change a bit of their drop zones on the next coming games.
Oh, well, I know is Evos is hype right now because AIM got that 1v2 clutch towards the end. That was phenomenal. I was expecting that he will be going down. The zone is behind him and 2 opponents is already closing in.
Yeah, they were definitely closing in. I think nobody was expecting it. Good thing we don't have a behind-the-scenes camera in our green room, because the screams that you would hear, the reactions that you would hear, we might have to end up bleeping a lot of stuff here for the broadcast. Talking about teams being loud, we got to talk about the Brazilian squad loud.
And speaking of not, filming anything in the back, because my girl Carol is going crazy,
Yes.
obviously, for the Brazilian teams. I mean, I was saying these teams have arguably been some of the greatest teams in international tournaments. So getting the win today, it means so much more to them for their region. And honestly, I think it was like all three of them advanced from obviously the group stages. So to have all three Brazilian teams representing, but of course, Loud is leading the pack in that one. After that first booyah, I mean, we heard it from the interview from the team captain. They're feeling really good about this, and it looks like they're still incredibly level-headed. But like to come out with like I thought it was 33 points from the first match. They're not at the top of the leaderboard. You know, he was kind of saying like, oh, I wonder where we're sitting. I'm itching to see where we're sitting. I mean, knocked down to second place, but still very much in contention to win this thing.
Yeah, the Indian teams were not able to continue on with the consistency or the momentum that they were able to get yesterday. One team that was able to carry on some momentum coming into the first two matches was none other than Lion. They started off hot and they're feeling confident too. We saw them willing to take fights early on.
Yeah, especially in Solara, Eco Drain, they were just rocking that fight. And anyone who goes into the compound, anyone who goes into Eco Drain, they will expect a roaring lion in there. Because like not only does it have a vending machine, just in case one of their players will be knocked out or eliminated, they can easily go for a revive and do it once again. But that's 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken, 4 teams or 3 teams who introduced themselves against a Lion, and Lion stayed alive.
I mean, they're carrying that same strength from the survival stage yesterday. So not only did they go through the groups, they were in survival, and we didn't know where they were going to place, but they have that same sort of passion and aggressive play style that we saw from yesterday, bringing it into today's games. And it looks like, I mean, Lion's going to be leading the pack. They're doing incredibly well.
A team that wants to stride that lead as well, just make sure they kind of hunt that down and don't let it get too far away, was the team that actually just got a booyah, Twisted Minds.
Yes, Twisted Minds were also very amazing. I mean, they went from getting 0 placement point and just 5 elimination points to getting a booyah. That is quite a turnabout. I mean, that last game, 17 elimination points. That was awesome for Twisted Minds. And mind you, this is only the second booyah that they have the whole entire tournament. So I think things are looking up for Twisted Minds. Also, Thailand has got 4 representatives at the EWC 2026
I mean, I threw my cards at the first Twisted
Right.
Neptune doubted me. I don't know.
Right. So I think personally, it's not just Buriram United Esports that we have to keep an eye for. It's also Twisted Minds. They are slowly getting there points by points.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Twisted Mind, the first time when we saw them, they're all aggression. They got no regard of whatever placement they get. As long as they get elimination, it doesn't matter. This is just, probably they tried it in game number 1. And as you called it, they didn't do too well. Only 5 points out of that game. And then a second, like, let's be a little bit smart. Let's play it safe. And you've seen how well they distanced themselves from all the engagement that happened and did manage to get that big booyah.
Yeah, we talked about earlier as well player performances. If we go back to the first match for Buriram, Joanna, 13 eliminations, absolute carry. And then we saw what Ingod, if I'm not mistaken, was able to do in that 1 versus 2. Is there any players coming up in these next 2 matches that we're going to be keeping a close eye on, Conchita?
I do think that Joanna's still going to kill it. I mean, Buriram has 2 person that I'm keeping an eye out for is Joanna and Moshi, because let's not forget that 6 elimination points he got in just 1 game. So yeah, I'm definitely not gonna go easy on them. The other team should be gunning for Buriram United Esports right now if they don't want to lose those points.
And one personality of Buriram United that we know of is they want to steal away the MVP from each other. So Jonah is already in there, Moshi already show up. So I won't be surprised if the combination of the Russian support, Wasana and Get High, will be grabbing the next one.
And I mean, we've seen a massive improvement from them, even from EWC in 2025 as well. Like this team obviously have, won their World Series, and now not only do they want an MVP, okay, who doesn't want that, but now if they can win that World Series and then EWC 26, imagine that trophy wall, guys, goddamn.
We're not asking for much. We're just asking for just win everything for the year. Why not? Talking about all these players, one player that I would like to see him being able to show up here at this stage as well, that maybe he hasn't been able to in the first 2 matches, and we know he performed really well in that group stage, is none other than Yago for Lost. Lost, we expected them coming in hot with what they were able to do in that group stage, but at the moment, they're just not putting themselves in that kind of position, and going with another Brazilian team team, and I think we have to mention him too, Neptune, is MT7. I feel like we need to see some of those pop-up performances that we're seeing out of the other players.
Now that you mentioned the both players right now, so I know it's not news to everyone that Yago as well as MT7 has been rivals for a very long time. There's also a little bit of a replacement happening, and you know how it is in Brazil. They go in for those battles. So I really love to see them face off against each other, but that means that they have to go 1v1.
Well, let's see if maybe we'll end up seeing a 1v1. Match 3 is ready. Who's going to be taking a couple more booyahs, and who's going to reach that threshold for the match point format of 90 points? AJ, take it away for me.
Yeah, boy, thank you very much, Seven. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, your OG duo of Free Fire, right back on the desk. And man, are the games hot today. Buriram absolutely streaking hot in game number 1, but game 2, Husky, they fizzled out.
Yeah, they did fizzle out, and it was something that, you know, was in the making for almost more than a year.
Yeah.
This is one of the teams that people want them to fill up that cabinet, the final piece of the puzzle with the EWC trophy. But last year, they didn't even hit the threshold to win EWC in Riyadh. And right now, they are a third of the way there. They are more than 30 points towards the threshold of 90. I think a couple more good rounds, give it 2 or 3, BRU, they are going to be in a prime position to take it all back.
And it looks like we are ready for our game already. At Shrines, do we get a hot drop? Because we know EVOS as well as MIBR Loss usually do drop by here, but thankfully they will choose the Foundation instead, and MIBR Loss will not be disturbed for the time being, but they cannot take that for granted because a potential rotation from EVOS, as they like sticking towards the outer regions of this map before hopping on towards Refinery. And Refinery, on the other hand, is conquered as usual by the kings of Refinery themselves, RRQ.
My attention is going to be on MT Sexy, that is now brought in by MIBR Law, so General not going to be playing this game. A second thing is also the rotation of BRU. We know that they love to go to command post, and command post is now preoccupied by Lion instead. BRU up against TAG once more.
Will the Indian squad wake up here in game number 3? At Kalahari, it's usually the Thai teams that have found dominance thus far here at Free Fire and EWC 26. Get high down, Wasana down, and it looks like India just needed Mustachio back on the desk as Team Apex Gaming absolutely shut down their plays, leaving one final survivor. Can they hunt down the final one? Moshi, the super sniper of Thailand, scurrying away as quickly as possible. No more on his side, no stealth bites. And Team Apex Gaming just need one more, and they get it. And the 3-time world champs out of Kalahari, all thanks to them.
Yeah, Wasana with his hands on his head because that was an absolute disaster for BRU. RRQ come to life, they find EVOS at Foundation, but EVOS should be out of this. They have 2 more members left. The UAV does ping out Ray. He does have the hook gun in his face, but not much cover to work with, so this should be the 3rd confirmation for the Kings of Kings. But at least, unlike BRU, EVOS, they have a 2nd win in this game.
A little bit of a civil war here between RRQ and EVOS. But the Team Apex Gaming, who were literally at the very bottom of the leaderboard when we started, can they continue to rise up to the top? They have no idea who they took down. So I don't know if or not it's going to be a huge confidence boost for them, but as long as they can maintain this momentum after winning out that initial gunfight. Loud up against Falcons. On the other hand, Nix with the backstab, and you've got Waka from the front with a VSK. They got that done absolutely well, and now they're going in for the chase. Karoro's going to be stuck all alone here. Ice Queen's not going to find the tag on him just yet, but Trap cutting down the distance here. Max 7 in hand. Karoro's about to be popped, and he puts him down on the ground. Beautiful play so far from the Brazilian squad.
Now, no way out of that for Karoro. Trap did say during the interview with Caro that they are feeling really good after the first booyah. And they have been local champions multiple times. And one of the things that is missing is this EWC trophy and the World Series finale. But at least for now, RRQ, also a team that only finishes 2nd. They're definitely looking to break that curse here on Paris stage. A bite around the corner. That's going to be Joker down. RRQ with their 6th point.
Yeah, easy takedown there. Lion left their player all alone outside just for a little bit of a distraction. And this was that replay. A phenomenal performance from Shoto. And he just shut down the hopes of Buriram in the second game after, once again, a fiery start for your three-time world champions who have never gotten the first spot here at the Esports World Cup. They get taken out of the lobby prematurely. EVOS on the other hand, Lion after Lion, they'll hunt down. We just saw RRQ find one earlier. Either way, Lion's not doing too well. Yakos can see the shots from the back. Man does not have the Morse at this point of time. They're going to be regretting bringing that Skylar in, but it is what it is. SHUL on the other hand, bumping into yet another Brazilian squad out there. Yago a sliver of health, and nameless AGAL from afar, cutting down the distance, slowly catching up with them. And perhaps this third party can allow SHUL to pull in a couple of revives.
Let's see if Bunny can make that rescue mission happen. MT7 could get pushed right now by Twisted Minds. Bob wants to provide long-range support, but he's getting pinned down as well. Twisted Minds with the pieces in place, getting knocked down from afar. Is Bob delivering on the platter? Twisted Minds stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, you sit on my shoulder, buddy. I'll pick you right up. Diamond brought right back in here by the Bass, and Bob's caught out. Diamond, beautiful play off the top, the 10. M24 in hand, but X-Forzy looking for the vending machine. And Butch is in. Will be able to take him away. The guard of the vending machine failed on his mission, and Twisted Minds don't get to take the squad out of the equation just yet.
A big clutch there from Butcherson. But earlier on, when we saw BRU get wiped out, it freed up command post, so Team Apex Gaming now have full control of the southern side of the map. Lion not in a good spot as EVOS catches up to RRQ again. The rematch. The young gun of RRQ is the one that gets the drop, but EVOS prevails, and they lock in their 5th point. Now around the corner is going to be a troll that is isolated. Ray finds that finisher.
Yeah, you can't roll the one and only EVOS. 6 eliminations in hand already. Unfortunate for SHUL, they were all spread out on the battlefield. MIBR lost on the other hand, bumping into Falcons yet again. This one just does not end. Empty Sexy down on the ground. Round A7 on a high ground here, has got the Winchester in hand. Pina in shooting distance, in the crosshairs of Raone, but he does not get the job done. He has to be pushed off here. It's on fire, catches up with him, and from up top, the SVD straight to the head. Raone was looking for the vending machine, but prevented. And Yago's gonna turn tails here, trying to get out of there as quickly as possible. But the hit list has been bought. And MIBR with their final player, although they have the stealth bites, they're not gonna be able to get away from this. Falcons, they know exactly where he is. And this is gonna be the end for MIBR here in this lobby.
Yeah, the Red Tide Rhythm, just to confirm the elimination, Yago can hide all he wants, but there's no escaping the talents of the Falcons. MIBR lost, removed in 9th place, and that puts Loud and Twisted Minds in a comfortable spot. Both teams who have had a booyah so far now leading the pack just because BRU is not in it.
On the next update, we're going to see Morris' capability of even avoiding the hit list. That was unfortunate, man. He tried to stay hidden, but got exposed in a totally different way. Brilliant play, brilliant strategy out of Falcons. And now, Twisted Minds versus Fluxo. Bob's MT7 as the rest of Twisted Minds use the zip line to cross the battlefield. Diamond has got MT7 in his crosshairs. MT7 on the other hand, focusing on the airdrop. They want to make sure they've got the weapons of choice to take on Twisted Minds as well as the utilities. But the Bass with the advantage, M590. Oh, needs another one. Almost messed that up. But MT7, the sniper, just could not take a decent CQC.
Yep, Twisted Minds with the daylight robbery and an extra point under their pocket. Fluxo forced to run away. Pot shots headed towards Boss. Butcherson needs to hold the forest to find an isolated Joker. But they need to secure some space at the sub for MT7 to come back into the lobby. Fluxo surprisingly very, very spread out as a team on the southern side of the map.
If you look at this map, usually we've seen dominance out of the Thai squad so far. Falcons, Buriram, AGAL. All of them have 1 booyah each on this Kalahari map. With Buriram out of the equation already, perhaps Falcons and AGAL will be the biggest threats later. Fluxo, on the other hand, they've got a booyah for themselves on this Kalahari map as well in their run here at EWC 26. But
As far as those points are concerned, they didn't really rake in a lot of eliminations. In fact, Fluxo hasn't really looked very strong on the battlefield so far as the eliminations.
Yeah, not at all. I definitely expected a bit more, but I'm looking for them to ramp up maybe game 3 and 4 onwards, right? This is the team that needs some time to warm up their engines. But one of the theme of this game is the fact that two of the biggest strongholds are Refinery and Command Post because of RRQ and BRU. Both of them are not in the lobby, which means that there's a lot of real estate freed up for everyone else. The game should slow down temporarily until maybe the 11th minute mark. And until then, we're going to see stragglers being picked off left and right and then brought back by the vending machine. And that means it's going to be some free points for the teams who managed to find these eliminations.
But he tried his best there to get to the vending machine, but unfortunately the Valiant Dash used against him. Not really to disable any of his defenses, but just to cut the distance down. And Exposy finding Jack as well. And now SHUL left with one final survivor. Can India find a way to get back into this matchup through this squad? And Team Apex Gaming, on the other hand, started off really hot up against Buriram, but they've been silent so far. AGAL finding the Brazilians. Loud, and a grenade M79 up into the top floor. Trap will be pushed down by the M590, and that starts off a big one, and that's a massive advantage because that's the player that had the M79 on the side of the Brazilian squad. Cypher traded out, deal with the shot from afar with the M82B, and they dismantle Loud with that play.
Perfect execution from AGAL. I think there was a bit of a miscom there from Loud, who tried to run down the stairs, and Trap absolutely caught out. Not really sure what the plan was, but Cypher with the great execution on the Valiant Dash sealed the deal there.
I think the play there was supposed to be the M79 to be sent down to that lower ground, and then of course those grenades to take out the players from the front lines. But unfortunately, before he could get into position, he just got shot out of this spot with the M590. Beautiful play out of Cypher there in that moment. But now Twisted Minds up against EVOS. Both these teams know each other very well from the Southeast Asian region. And it is EVOS right now leading with the eliminations as well as the utilities. Twisted Minds not too far behind them. But you look at the long reposition, that's probably, I think, Exposy trying to get into spot to see if he can flank around. AGAL watching this battle from afar as well. If Dew finds Aim God, this is going to be deadly.
Yeah, we can say the same for if Russia gets a clear shot. Diamond's already tagged out.
Oh,
we have Fluxo on the high ground too. So Twisted Minds not really comfortable staying out in the open at Foundation. They need to find some cover here. But with EVOS pushing in, they got to pick a poison.
Yeah, you got to pick the poison, man, either way. I think there's a fair chance you do not find the antidote for either one of them. More stealth bites used by Russia. He gets a easy flank around the left-hand side to find the circle first before the rest of his brothers. And the rest of the frontliners on the side of EVOS will be holding Twisted Minds back. And Russia, right after he gets into spot, he gets shot in the back by the player from the side of Fluxo, most probably MT7. EVOS calls for the Bolt Maker. Lightning zone now. Twisted Minds cannot step out into the open. Aim God with one misplay that does not manage to get the first knockdown in the Valiant Dash. Almost saving him, but it was that A124 thrill of battle that gave them the bravery to step into that battle. But Twisted Minds turning the situation around for themselves.
Yeah, and Russia needs to build his team out right now. Finds a nade and a snipe. Russia going above and beyond and putting EVOS on his back.
One more.
Exposy and the Bars, remainders of Twisted Minds. Russia again, the Wonder Kid with the delivery system. Can he complete the cycle here as the Bars desperately bringing his teammates back with the revive? But Russia has done more than enough. It's his turn to maybe get his teammates back into the game. The Bars over the glue wall. The Bars comes out on top.
Ah, the Bars, beautiful. Gets the insurance policy first on that revive, bringing Diamond back into play and then going for the shutdown. But their chances of surviving this lobby and getting a booyah is absolutely slim. The Bass is going to probably get taken out of the equation here outside the circle, tanking a lot of damage. Apex, on the other hand, right beside SHUL, who have had a full squad recovery, looking for the next zone. Can he stay a ninja? Nah, they've spotted him already, and Apex is going to get tagged up. Probably this is the end for EVOS here.
Yeah, it's either them or it's either SAUL, AGAL that takes that away. Just a free point sitting out in the open. If you are the Indian team, you definitely would want that point as you are sitting at the bottom. As we lose Twisted Minds off screen too, Apex is just trying to mean, he did gain an extra placement point for himself before Dew finally collects that. So we are going to go down to just 6 more teams.
AGAL as well as Fluxo, the only 2 other teams that have managed to secure a booyah on Kalahari from this EWC stage. Can they take it all the way? Lion has been fairly quiet after a few mishaps at the very start. Haven't secured a single elimination for themselves. Fluxo, on the other hand, tanking a lot of damage outside the circle. Spots out SHUL on that rotation. Jack's getting tagged up by Barros. AGAL like shooting fish in a barrel. And Fluxo wants to steal that away. MT7 knocks down Troll. He makes sure he gets the confirmation as well. AGAL getting those shots in, making sure they scare the players on the side of Fluxo back. And they're trying to keep Buddy Pinson in.
Yeah, this is a good game for Fluxo and AJL to pull ahead of the curve because some of the Apex players are already out.
One more!
Cypher, can he get the snipe in? It's Dew again, of course. Never doubt this guy. Bunny is also pinned down behind that glue wall, and it's only a matter of time before AJL finds him. Lion now will join that fight, and maybe that's the distraction that will bail Fluxo out of the situation as they fight against TAG.
Yeah, brilliant recovery by Fluxo here, instantly jumping out of that monster truck, getting the pickup with the glue walls, and they take Bunny out of the equation as well. Unfortunately, the circle actually claimed that point off of them. As SHUL Esports makes the exit from the lobby, we now have the top 3. And 2 out of the 3 teams are definitely geared up for the booyah here. Falcons, just the one team that strayed on in. Can they make it out of here? I totally forgot that they were still alive and kicking. All 3 of these teams have already performed at Kalahari, and they're looking to pull off their second booyah. Which one will be able to secure that for themselves? Cypher bringing the whole squad of AGL together with him, backing him up as he cuts the distance down between their squad as well as Fluxo, but they realize right under the bridge, Fluxo will be dangerous. And they take a quick U-turn, but they'll have to deal with Falcons here. And they're gonna hope and pray that it is Fluxo that finds Falcons first. Jump pad getting them in, but that's a bad move. First one gets snuffed out of the air. Pina with a double, on fire finds Nameless. And AGAL losing 2 too early.
This is good for Fluxo. Carrero made his rotation too late and went down to the blue. Pina did take down Dew, but now Fluxo completely freed out and might get an advantageous fight against Falcons. Pina needs some help, but the blue zone is pushing them straight into the heat of Fluxo, who are coming at them with full force. Dew exposed and limit with the first one to even the odds out. Fluxo forward, pushes in with the dash in. Pina covering himself and pushes in, now needs assistance. Gets knocked down, finds the trade again. His limit trying to hold Falcons together, but he falls in the hands of MT7. Pina brought back up, pops in front of him, on fire, providing help. Falcons side by side. As Fluxo looks to turn the corner, the pre-fire comes through, Pina rushes in, MT7 holds his own, MT7 delivers on fire with the trade. Can Bob steal it? The captain of Fluxo can do it! On fire! It's on fire! And Falcons get their booyah!
Yes, second booyah at Kalahari. The 5th time they make their run here on this map, and they're truly dominant. But a well-played game for all 3 teams that squeeze themselves towards that final circle. A brilliant play by Falcons. They got locked down by the thrill of battle off of that A124 initially, but it was Pina and his M590 perfection. Well-timed glue wall, circled around it. Could not use his active skill, but it didn't matter. He went in for the pop, an instant pickup to maintain the numbers advantage, and the distraction with the extra player on the side of Falcons, more than enough to allow On Fire to pop off towards the very end. A brilliantly executed final circle for Falcons.
This is something that Falcons is very good at. You put them at a disadvantage, they will somehow even the odds out and then tip the scales in their favor.
And you see the prioritization of the Tiva there as well, and that's exactly what got them that instant pickup in such a dire situation. Without the focus on Tiva, I think they would have been wiped out already, and that's exactly what makes these passive skills so important at a level like this, Sasuke.
Absolutely, and because of that, Falcons get themselves 28 points from Kalahari, but Fluxo and AJL, they're not too far behind, right? 21 for Fluxo, 19 for AJL. These are the teams that actually needed these points the most whip BRU and Loud Snickers out of the equation early on, and now we should start seeing a bit of a separation from the top 6 and the bottom 6 because it's starting to look like it's a top-heavy game.
A great recovery for Team Apex Gaming as well. India had a phenomenal run yesterday. First 2 matches, not really on their side. This is the game they wake up on, but SHUL still lagging behind a tad bit, but at the very least, not at the very bottom of this leaderboard for Kalahari. But on the overall leaderboard, I'm fairly sure they're still at the bottom. They need to do a lot, and they have to hope and pray that this day does not end quick, because you very well know that it could just happen. Now, Team Falcons, after that game, I'm very sure they're somewhere around the 50-point region. And if they give us exactly what they gave at the grand finals, the very first match was a 40-point bomber, they might just activate the champion rush condition or the match point in this very next game.
You're right, AJ. I mean, they still hold the world record for most points in a single game.
Amen,
if they deliver that, it is going to be, you know, another one of those examples where Falcons prove that they are the superior team. And can you imagine being a 2-time champion at EWC? They already have the 2 stars as the club champion, so why not make that run it back?
Yeah, absolutely, man. 2 teams out here on that stage capable of becoming the 2-time world champions for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup. You've got EVOS, you've got Falcons, but are they going to be upset by the squads out there today? Because if you look at the overall leaderboard, based on the performance that we saw off of Kalahari earlier, it's currently going to be stacked with the Thai teams at the top.
Absolutely. And the one thing that I was worried about coming into this grand finals, even after yesterday, was if these Thai teams are going to go aggressive, and so far they have been. So let's see if they can keep that Thai freight train going. We'll be right back with more action.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What a game, and welcome back to our station. I'm Yoso, and right next to me is Lucifer. Wow, okay, so before we start everything, I must talk about India teams. Alright, so I think that stepping into the finals, they are a little bit struggling, but look at TAG at the first beginning of the game 3. Clear all Woodham United Esports? What are you going to say about that, Lucifer?
They needed that initial start to get an idea about the stage itself, because grand finals, come on, it's not that easy. But they have done it. They took down Buriram and almost fully taking down EVOS as well. So brilliant stuff coming in from their end, but also have to add on to Loud's consistency coming through. This time AGL might have troubled them, but you can see Loud for Brazil, they're also moving in that direction. And I really like how these teams, on one end India, on the other end Brazil, everybody's trying to take this trophy away from Southeast Asia.
Exactly. Okay, so we have Brazil teams here, Loud and Fluxo. They are doing pretty great, right? But what is wrong with Lost? I just keep questioning myself during the 3 games past, like, what is really wrong with them? Like, I don't really know what is happening to Lost. Like, have you got any idea?
I think right as now it's Loud as well as Fluxo. They're the ones who are picking up, and MIB are lost. Unfortunate, they're coming in the mix of that battle and they're unable to pull it off. Hopefully they do something different that works in their favor, but one team that did in their favor to get back what they did in EWC 24 is Falcons, that they want to be a 2-time EWC champion.
Great, but what about EVOS? Because they are getting a little slower than during the 3 games away. But I'm really impressed with the final play. We have our last circle, AJAL, Fluxo, and also Team Falcons. And Falcon Pina is definitely on fire. He's played really nice, even in the last circle. Control the game's really nice. We cannot talk about on fire. But he's getting fire, he's back, and I'm really proud of my little boy here.
Falcons indeed are getting their fire back in because they know that they need this trophy once again. They need to become the two-time. It's not seen yet here. And if they do it at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris, they will be elated. They will have their key right here. That's the reason we're standing right next to the game trophy along with 3 keys that they could maybe crush and take it home. But again, the reason I say maybe is this is Falcons getting their very first booyah, the second in the overall tournament. So there's a lot that they have to do yet.
Yes, and I'm looking forward more to see our teams because this is unlimited games, right? Reach more to 90 points. Okay, so let's back to our studio, shall we?
Thank you very much, Lucifer and Yun So. We are about to hop into game number 4, and it is Bermuda time, back to the origins of Free Fire. And you're right, so far some of these front runners from Thailand and Brazil have been hitting it hard. MIBR lost, nowhere to be found, but hopefully they are going to start showing up because we don't want to end by game 5 or 6, AJ. Yeah. We want to double that. We want to go game 12 to make use of the unlimited games available in this grand finals. So let's see if some of the bottom dwellers can deliver us a surprise on Bermuda.
I've got my eyes on 2 teams, Loud from Brazil and Team Apex Gaming from India. Like I said, man, they needed the big mustache on the desk so that India can get a little bit more excited. Let's see if or not they take this one all the way. They haven't had a booyah on Bermuda just yet, but I'm hoping this is the first one for TAG Fluxo. In a little bit of a danger zone here. I'm talking about TAG. And they're making me a tad bit nervous. Do you drop at Fortunov? It might just happen. TAG, you better win this one out.
This is quite the shift because usually Fluxo prefers to go straight for Mars Electric.
I know, right?
So this either intentional by Fluxo or TAG have something that we don't know. Thankfully, they're not directly on top of each other, so there's some real estate they can both share in the vicinity. But TAG, they've already lost Woven, Shoto and Sahil Jat. Not really looking too healthy. Shoto in the front, but MT7 coming out on top. And Fluxo again off to a good start.
A very callous push there in that situation. Shoto's down, Butch is in as well as Jiu. Shot from afar. Didn't really get to see exactly who was that taking the shots up against them, but it doesn't matter. Katie God's on the way out of this sticky situation. And like a cowboy, he's riding away. No sunset, so I guess it doesn't matter.
In this context, luckily there's no sunset.
Nuh-uh.
That would be an early exit for TAG.
Hey, don't say that. I was waiting for them to come back.
Same, man. I was hoping the same as well, right? And again, that's the concern that I did brought up. Because I was expecting that, you know, the Thai teams, the experienced one, especially those that qualified directly into the grand finals and didn't have to play yesterday, they're going to come in hot, looking for eliminations to get that big lead. And that's exactly what happened in game 1. You know, BRU did that, Twisted Minds did it in game 2, Lao scored a booyah. So for the teams from India, this is probably the biggest pressure that they've ever faced. And under all these aggressions from the teams and how fast the lobby has been going, it is going to take a while for them to get used to it, and it better come fast.
Yeah, looking at what Fluxo did here, they're definitely going in for the hunt onto Team Apex Gaming. They managed to take down Katie God, but that's not going to give them an extra advantage because the revival was already completed. The squad is on the way back in. So very intentional play, executed to perfection there by the Brazilian Giants. Fluxo getting 4 points off of TAG at the very get-go. Buriram, on the other hand, just 1 point claim so far. They send the UAV out. Can they find more?
Well, TAG got lucky for just a little bit because they actually went to peak, and that's where Buriram usually spends a bit more time hanging around. So because Buriram moved to Bimasakti Strip, TAG actually gets a second chance in this lobby.
Oh yeah.
Not so lucky, not so sure about Los though, because they're about to run into BRU. Lion beelining towards where the boss is, and that could be some info the Twisted Minds can use, but I don't think they want to fight right now. They want to get those revives.
Lion versus one player from the side of Twisted Minds. Bass is going to get caught in a tight little spot here. Joker with the M24, flanking around the right-hand side. Della pushing on forth. Spots out Bass. Joker gets the first shot in. Bass pulls up a good glue wall. He's going to be able to block the shots from Della. Grenade's not going to find him just yet. Bass has got the Drogon in hand. But Joker will RGS him out of the equation. And Troll from up top. SHUL trying to interfere in the situation, but the time turner is going to allow the Lions to pick their buddy up and find that recovery as well. An extra glue wall inside the time turner just in case they break it down. but just no aggression from the side of S8UL just yet with those shots. Limit is going to get tagged up here as well. And it is a battle that I did not expect to see the Thai Giants join. And this is now turning into a three-way fight. And SHUL might be able to get away as Lions now start shooting down the Falcons.
Yeah, SHUL is the team that has info on both Falcons and Lion, and that's why they instantly backed off and leave Lion to be the Falcon problem instead of themselves. Limit just got picked back up, so Falcons didn't really have much time to pick themselves into shape. But there's still a trade between Lion and Falcons. Keroro finding Game King. That is the back broken on the Lion side. They no longer have the anchor, and Lion will be forced to split up.
Brilliant play, brilliant counter by Falcons. Although they were in a tight little spot there, using the jump pad to see if they can pull away some numbers from that equation, intentionally or unintentionally help the Indian squad of SHUL survive. And the Lions didn't go in for the pressure since Falcons got a couple of numbers off of them as well. Now the Bears still under pressure. This time it's EVOS that finds him. And that's about it. What a turnaround. M1917 gets the knock. Can he get the confirmation? No, he gets the double! Can he get a triple? Locked out by the thrill of battle. The flank comes through from the back. Good glue wall. And he gets the elimination. The best, you monster.
Absolutely insane play there. Hunted down by the entirety of EVOS and comes out with a 2-0 head-to-head so far. And the entire game,
one more?
He has been alone. He has been isolated. And finally Ray takes him out. But it did come at a cost for EVOS. They are forced to soft reset.
Good anticipation for Ray there off of the BSK. Siljat in the vehicle. A disadvantage up against Strap, who has the Woodpecker. Katie got, and now they're all spread out on the battlefield. Twisted Minds right above on the revive. Don't tell me he's going to drop right in here. That might be the distraction that Team Apex Gaming is going to need. SHUL on the other hand, up against Falcons. In this compound, Falcons have got the high ground advantage. Limit, Riptide Rhythm sent out already, so he's on cooldown for the active skills. Jack's going to be spotted out from afar. Pina quickly repositions towards the lower ground. They pulled out the Painted Refuge off of that Steffi earlier on, but no nades were sent from the side of Falcons. That could be the active wasted. It's a 2v2. Time Turner used a little prematurely.
Nice.
Pina gets caught out though. That's a big play, and Buddy with the Trogon goes in for the doozy. And the follow-up will put Falcons out of the equation. SHUL Esports still alive.
Perfect stuff from Tro with the Car 98. And the cluster to set it up as well, completely scattering the front line of Falcons right into the crosshair of Tro. And TAG on the other hand, you wanted the Indian team to step up, AJ. I think they are granting your wish as they were chasing down isolated members as well. And this could put them in a good spot and give them more games in this finals. With Falcons removed, now it is Twisted Minds and Fluxo's chance to get ahead.
Bharat Mataki, Jay. That's the way, baby. But of course, it's not enough. They're still towards the bottom of the leaderboard. If they can climb up consistently, maybe get into the final circle, they stand a good chance. Man, the Bears is just having an unlucky run here in this Bermuda lobby. Tagged up again. Can he pull off a superstar play? This time it's Katie God with the M1917, the double revolvers up against the Bass, who does have the SMG in hand. The Bison, deadly. Katie God needs a sharp shot here. The Bass quickly finding the recovery off of the Superman and the backup from afar. Unfortunate. Exposi brought right back in here. Twisted Minds continuously on the revives now. Shoto needs to turn tails and get the heck out of there, because you've got two players on the side of Twisted Minds with a high ground advantage, and Diamond has the VSK. That's it. He tries to get away. Diamond, are you going to miss all of those shots? Shoto,
one more.
Some luck is keeping him alive, but finally taken down. Took too long for Diamond, but finally sorted that out.
Longer than they needed. Exposi, he is running all the way from peak to join his teammates. Vovin is still up, but this vending machine is so far away. And Mill, I think that's where he's heading. We saw that Dinoculus being used earlier on, but it also could be from AJL to make sure that there's no team coming in from the eastern side.
Yeah.
SAUL have been juking it off with BRU for quite some time. Let's see if Bunny can come out on top. The glue wall all go down at the same time. Is Bunny against the captain and Jonah Besson.
Man, I mean, Jonah's a monster always, but in that situation, he was definitely outnumbered. The rest of the players from the side of Buriram is having the crosshairs on him from afar. Moshi spotting out Jack as well, but Jack, with the Valiant Dash, will be able to put a little bit of a distance between himself as well as the super sniper of Buriram. But the rest of the SHUL players are not out of the woods just yet. Spotted out by Buriram, Jonah as well as Get High XL out in the open. Troll has got the Car 98 and the BSK.
Oh no.
The quick scopes will get him absolutely nothing. Perfect defense off of Buriram. On the opposite end, we've got Loud bumping into Evos.
Yeah, he doesn't see Jonah with a stealth
Lion?
so that could be dangerous. Evos here. Is it another three-way fight? If it is,
could even be a four-way, Husky.
RRQ joins it. You call it.
There you go.
With the snipe onto BZP, Apex is going to try and capitalize on this, but he's going to be pinned down in this warehouse as well. If Lion pushes this, it is going to be bad news for Evos.
Yeah, good recovery for Loud here. Just quickly going on to the Troll, making sure RRQ does not get those easy shots. And assisted by Evos from down the bottom as well, who lay out all of those glue wall melters. They call out the Painted Refuge from Steffi, protecting them from any nades that will be tossed up onto the roof. So that's a brilliant defense here by Loud. That ice grenade's not going to do anything to them. Dragon Freeze will not scratch them at all. But the Painted Refuge used up already. They all get tagged up by the Moko. Evos knows exactly where they are, all thanks to the Lightning Zone as well. And Loud has got nowhere to go.
Yeah, they're actually trapped on this roof. But the good news is that it is right in the center of the circle, so they still have some time to plan their escape route if needed, or at least just hold here and wait for the other teams to take themselves out.
One more.
Apex under pressure, trap, clear vision of him. BRU crippled, unfortunately, as they actually lost the fight against S8UL off screen. So Moshi will have to backtrack from where he came from.
The two Indian teams are still alive, so I'm a happy man. Buriram on the other hand, rough round here. Moshi. Could just see the end here, Nameless. I don't know if he knows.
Cypher should check this.
Flanking around, Cypher.
Get him.
Spots him. Moshi is not going to survive this one. Buriram taken out. Their banner burned out of the skies. Fantastic start. Just no great follow-up from your three-time world champs.
0 placement points again, AJ. Another early exit. Twisted Mind challenging TAG and Exposi. I mean, so far the pass has been hot and he's continued to be hot. Rushes into the field. They lose 2, but same as TAG, can Wolvin pull this back. They've already lost their star Shoto. So it all comes down to Wolvin and Sahujat to make some magic happen. They're going to try to go into the other side of the building, of the window. Wolvin needs some distance to reconvene with his teammates.
Oh man, the guy had no glue walls. He almost got shot in the back. But thanks to his lucky stars, I'm very sure they're aligned for the team perfectly right now.
Looks so.
But luck is about to run out for TAG. They do not have the resources needed to survive this final circle, and they don't have the number of players on their side as well. Will luck be on their side? A Riptide Rhythm from another squad, giving the opener here. S8UL losing lives one after the other as well on the opposite end. And the four-way fight still has Loud alive and kicking up on top.
They are holding on so well. So much medkits and glue wall to work with. They've weathered the storm for now, so RQ is going to be their next problem, but at least they have the warehouse to drop into if needed.
Wow.
Fluxto did bail TAG out from the jaws of Twisted Minds for a while, but now TAG will have to somehow get out of this with minimal resource.
SHUL, although they survived long enough into the 12th-minute mark, placement points-wise, they don't really get anything much off of this lobby at all. Team Apex Gaming with 2 final survivors, a double caught on the outside. Twisted Minds hopping on in. And they find a quick recovery before perhaps taking the fight up against Team Apex Gaming. They just need to knock on that door slightly and they'll be able to get 2 free points, unless, of course, Wolvin and Siljat show us some miracle because they have no glue walls to play around with. They'll just have to take a straightforward gunfight.
The Lion just wiped out 3 out of the 4 Fluxo members too as they were going on the cross. The high ground advantage was too good for Lion to pass up, and now Tahiji is going to get absolutely ran through by the bars. They should spell the end of TAG and get out into the blue. Wolvin actually finds that revive on the KD God to extend their lifeline, and he's on the MT7. Wolvin though loses the fight, but MT7 did eventually perish to the blue.
Yeah, Wolvin did manage to collect that elimination off of him. Brilliant play, but of course Team Apex Gaming, that's going to be their consolation prize. They survived definitely much longer, but elimination points wise, that's exactly where we see the big improvement coming through from the squad. But they need way more than that to climb a leaderboard in a massive lobby like this. Not their fault at all. On the survival stage, you didn't have these big boys, you didn't have these monsters prowling around. It's a tough lobby to say the least. Lions now rotating away from Twisted Minds. Fluxo versus RRQ, the big fight. Dude still alive and kicking, but lost.
doing a number on them, spotting out Rans, circling around the glue wall, will get clapped by the thrill of battle, and the A124 does RRQ in. The sniper of RRQ can't do much in this situation, tries to run away, prevented by Rigby. Easy points for MIBR, and that's the 4 that they pick up in this lobby.
Good stuff. MIBR needed an intervention. They needed a way back into this finals, and I think they found that opening. Now it's about converting that into more. Lau still holding on strong. The next circle. Let's see if it decides whether Lau gets to stay. Nope, out into the open we go. AJL, they are primary position to vulture all of these points from the far. And if AJL gets this booyah, they are going to be so close to 90 points.
How long has Loud stayed on this roof? They have played their defense perfectly. Nobody has been able to punish them. Nobody has been able to kick them off. Now the blue zone will finally do the job, removing the Brazilian squad off of that roof. But the question is, how will they make their move in towards the next circle? Now Lightning Zone has been called out. It is not AGAL's bolt maker. Potentially from MIBR, as they are looking to make their way a long journey towards the next zone. Glue wall melters laid out here by AGAL. General's going to be in a lot of trouble, but the shots, the cover from Yago allows him to make the quick rotation round, and MIBR still safe.
The only way to really make this competitive is for Lost to get that booyah somehow. Allow wiping out Twisted Minds members. BZP hanging on by a thread. Now top back up. That's the quad and the 5th for BZP. Nyx comes in as well. But Lion shows up and Della leads the charge. Games King also winning out his one against Guaksha. Lion not to be denied.
Yeah, Lion steps on in right after that double nade from the side of Twisted Minds. Beautiful play. And of course, it is Lions that get the biggest slice of this pie through those points. Diamond still clapped by the thrill of battle. He can't use his active skills just yet. Goes in for the Superman right outside the zone. Tanking a lot of damage. Traps down on the ground. BZP needs to go in here for the pickup, and Games King can't find the final player. Diamond going in for the shutdown.
Oh my goodness.
A sliver of health left here for BZP. And Diamond gets the final player, and it is an all-out Thailand final circle that's clapped by AJL for the booyah.
And they have now officially hit that critical mass. They are so close to 90 points. This booyah, I believe, paired with 11 eliminations, puts them one good game away from the 90-point threshold. How sweet would that be? They came up a global finals clash squad victory, but it was something that people brushed aside because it's not Battle Royale, it's not the Holy Grail. But now the Holy Grail right in front of them is just one step away.
Before this match, they were 33 points away. I wonder if or not they've managed to pull off a phenomenal run. I mean, if you look at it from the grand scheme of things, these 3 Thai squads, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, AGAL, they didn't really go all out in the first game like what Buriram did. But right after that, you see the consistency out of these boys. And Falcons and Twisted Minds already with their booyah earlier, and AGAL just picking one up for themselves as well. So if you look at it from the grand scheme of things, Southeast Asia doing phenomenally well out there.
This has to feel like deja vu for BRU. This was exactly what happened back in Riyadh in 2025. Get a hot start on Bermuda in game 1, and then absolute silence. And it has happened 2 rounds in a row. You gotta feel what the players are thinking. I think Wasana is starting to feel the stress as well. Hands on his head in game 3 and really just slumping back on the chair after game 4 ended. But there's one team that deserves Twisted Minds. They missed out last year. Jump was with poor memory. They didn't even make 80 points. They finished last in Riyadh. He joined Twisted Minds, and now they are here, and they are ever so close.
Absolutely. But are they close enough to the consistency of AGAL? They have been dominating Clash Squad, and they have also been ripping away massive points in whichever Battle Royale lobby they hop on into. Any tournament that they've visited so far, they've definitely found the top 3 for themselves, and now they're looking to become the champions here for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. And they're not too far away from doing exactly that. 90 points, that's our match point target. And right now they may just be, like you said, 1 game away.
Yeah, 1 game away from 90. And if everything goes according to plan for AJL, Game 6 is where they lift that trophy. It would be a fast finals. I mean, not that we've not seen it. We saw it back in spring when Team Secret walked away with 4 consecutive booyahs, but AGAL has such a good run so far. But again, we did highlight Twisted Minds earlier on, and now we have them on stage. Let's hear what they have to say.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name is Barney Banks and I've got Exposy here from Twisted Minds, playing absolutely out of their skin at this point. Exposy, I want to just quickly ask you, if we look back to groups, you guys would play relatively slowly and you would gain momentum throughout the day, and then obviously you'd end on a high, obviously winning your group. However, today you've come out really aggressive. Was that always the plan?
ก็คำถามแรกนะฮะถ้าเกิดมองย้อนไปตอนกรุ๊ปสเตจเนี่ยฮะตอนนั้นเราเล่นกันแบบว่าค่อยๆไปเรื่อยๆแบบว่าไต่ขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆแบบเงียบๆจนสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยเราจบที่1ของกรุ๊ปสเตจเลยนะฮะแต่ว่าพอมารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเนี่ยฮะพวกเราฟอร์มของพวกเราออกไปทางร้อนแรงแล้วก็เอ็กซ์เพรสซีฟค่อนข้างมากเลยเป็นยังไงบ้างฮะตอนนี้
ก็ดีครับทีมได้ปั่นจักรยานไปหอไอเฟลครับก็เลยเล่นดีครับ
Yeah, actually like the reason behind like our aggressive style is like because we got a chance to like ride a bicycle to the Eiffel Tower, so we have a lot of energy to play today.
Because you rode a bicycle to the Eiffel Tower. That's pretty cool. Let's talk about the current situation that you're in right now on the leaderboard, okay? You're from one of the strongest regions coming into this, alongside the likes of Falcons, AGAL, yourselves as well, and of course, Buriram United Esports. How does it feel right now to be sitting, towards the top of the leaderboard, almost leading the charge?
ก็ถ้าเกิดมองไปที่ลีดเดอร์บอร์ดตอนนี้นะฮะเทียบกับสกอร์ของทีมที่มาจากรีเจียนเรานะฮะไม่ว่าจะเป็นว่าฟาลคอนนะฮะบุรีรัมย์หรือไม่ก็ทีมอื่นทวิสเต็ดมายหรือว่าอื่นๆก็ตามนะฮะคะแนนของเราตอนนี้เนี่ยค่อนข้างโดดออกไปทีเดียวแล้วก็ตอนค่อนข้างสูงแล้วก็เกือบถึง90แล้วนะฮะรู้สึกไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีแล้วครับทีมเล่นดีก็ฝากคนไทยเชียร์เยอะนะครับ
Yeah, I'm very happy and very satisfied for the result of our performance, and hopefully like all the Thai fans and everyone around the world keep supporting them till the end.
Well, finally, before I let you go, I just want to ask you what it would mean to you and your teammates and of course your community watching to lift this incredible trophy that you see before you.
คำถามสุดท้ายนะฮะก็รู้สึกไงบ้างฮะแล้วก็คิดว่าแฟนๆจะรู้สึกไงบ้างในนาทีที่เราได้ยกถ้วยรางวัลนี้ขึ้นมาฮะ
ก็ดีใจครับซ้อมมาเหนื่อยก็ถ้าทำได้ก็ดีครับ
Yeah, very happy because we're going so hard for this year, like we're giving everything we got, and hopefully we can finally lift the trophy.
Okay, well, yeah, it shows. You guys are trying extremely hard. It shows. Congratulations on where you're on the leaderboard. If you guys lift that trophy, I'll ride a bicycle with you guys to the Eiffel Tower. And so with that being said, we're going to head back over to the studio before we come back with some more free fire action, baby.
Esports World Cup up.
Everybody, we are hanging out in the festival zone, and if you don't know what this is, we're going to walk you through it a little bit because you definitely want to check this out while you're hanging out at EWC 2026. This is going to be right next to the Free Fire station. You can see there's got some people playing in here already. There's the option for basketball or football, soccer if you're American, and you can come in here, play this all day, breaks between the games. It's the perfect thing to do to kind of switch things up as you're hanging out here. But there's also a ton of games that you can participate in. I don't know if you've been by the Free Fire stage lately, but the fans from Brazil for these teams are insane. We're talking musical instruments, drums, cheers, matching outfits, flags. Sometimes gotta take a little break. So make sure you come and check out the festival area to do exactly that.
Another very helpful thing to check out while you're here at EWC 2026 is, of course, the venue map. Now, might sound a little bit simple, but I'm going to walk you through why this is going to be so helpful. This is how you're going to be able to navigate the entire location, and you'll be able to keep track of how everything is going. It's going to be one of your best resources here at EWC 2026, so make sure you check it out. This is one of the games that you can play here at EWC 2026. This is your opportunity to potentially win some EWC 26 merch or even tickets to one of the events. All you have to do is come on over, take a spin on the wheel, and if you hit the right number, you could be going home with some pretty cool prizes. Now, of course, you know, we also have our super fan area. Now, this is going to be where you want to go if you are looking for those up close and personal interactions with some of your favorite players. You have to come here. You can get some photos with your favorite players. You can get them to autograph some of your EWC 26 merch. Are you having a good time here so far?
Yes, really nice. And I'm so excited to be here. We are supporting Lion and Gandai.
Seeing glitter spinning that wheel reminds me of what's going on right now with that leaderboard from last time that you saw us. That leaderboard has been spinning because at one point it was Buriram. That's not the case anymore. This is starting to look like 2025 Buriram.
2025 indeed. They came out of the gates running last year, and it looks like, you know, they were going to be the leaders of the pack, but then unfortunately something happened to them and they ended up in 9th place. And we're kind of seeing the same happen today. So is it a little bit of a jinx or a turn of events? Who knows? But look, obviously we talk about these teams and everybody's sort of wanting that prize, wanting that, and they definitely have what it takes to get back up to the top of the leaderboard. But right now we're just having deja vu.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's really difficult right now because they're the ones left out of the Thailand teams who's grabbing those booyahs. Like 3 out of 4 that is in grand finals right now is already taking that big B, and Buriram United is not getting it, but they did have a massive game number 1.
But then again, if we're talking about the Thailand team, we also have AGAL. I mean, that booyah and those consistency. Game 1, 2, 4, they keep getting 11 elimination points. And I think that is the goal today. They're going to go aggressive, and they are surely locking up the points with that extra booyah they just had on Game 4.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually end up seeing them in that first place whenever we end up seeing the overall. But for everybody currently watching at home, even if your team is not performing that well, it's okay. Just log into Free Fire and make sure you get some of the sweet in-game rewards because there's a bunch. I mean, you can kind of see them on the screen right now. Honestly, I want that EWC bat right there. Just support your local team, claim your rewards, and I mean, I can hear it from the back too. Everybody wants a bat. Can we actually get one? Because I would love to have one. Yeah, in the
when we do.
What is the jersey? The jersey was a question mark too. A question mark is currently what the Indian teams are having above their head because it's not looking like what we saw yesterday from Survival.
Yes, I am so sad actually because I am here to represent Lucifer, who is now at the casting desk. But again, I mean, they do have some opportunities because we all saw what happened on the previous match where Buriram got taken out by tag. They came out with a vengeance from being eliminated early on the previous game to taking out the biggest threat. And of course, we also saw how S8UL eliminated Falcon right on the previous game. So they do have what it takes. It's just that somehow the consistency when it comes to getting those points, now that is questionable. It's the rotation that I think they might have to reconsider again.
We talked about yesterday about the mentality of some of these squads. Maybe this is what the Indian teams need, Neptune. Taking those big fights against the top dogs little by little. And the thing right now, with the way that the leaderboard is set, whenever we get a chance to end up seeing it, you'll see how compact everything is as well.
Oh, one thing that hopefully doesn't happen for them, despite of them taking down big dogs, is that ego. The ego wherein, yes, they're confident already to take down 1, but falter the next match. And that is what happened for Team Apex Gaming. Because yes, they did get one team earlier on a match of 3, but in match 4, it's Fluxo who did take them down.
Yes, I mean, Tag were amazing. They were a beast on the survival stage. I still remember correctly on game 3 where Shoto had 4 elimination on his own and 1,966 damage points with 7 assists. But looking at the overall ranking finals, this is interesting, 7.
It is interesting. Team Falcons, a team that's currently challenging as well for the club championship, does have a booyah. Just keep that in mind because right now the top 4 teams, all of them do have a booyah. Whenever we reach that 90-point threshold, the way that you'll have to be able to win it is going to be with a booyah.
I must say that this is going rather quick, Lace. I mean, we have 70 points already from AGAL.
Yeah, and look, we're talking about booyahs, and who doesn't have one yet? Fluxo, okay? Look, the rise to the top 4 in match 3 is exactly what we expect from this team. I mean, the aggressive fights, the adaptability. There was a part where they had Falcons on height of bridge and then AGL on the south of them. But however they did that, they maintained composure and defense in that situation. Did they get the booyah? Obviously not. It's not on there. But it was an impressive game from them to be able to move from their position that they were in to get that second place in the third match. And match 4, you know, they did prioritize early eliminations, which did sort of put them into that 4th place position with only Falcons like having 1 more point than them. So this is what we expect from Fluxo, but it is the consistency that we don't tend to see from them. It's just they get the big games in, and that's how they're maintaining their points.
That is so brave of you to say because we're standing right behind the supporters right now. But one thing that I can also say is that at least they're doing better than my Indonesian teams, okay?
Yeah.
Because as we all see, EFOS and Arkaryuk are having quite a hard time. They only have 41 and 36 points overall now without any booyah. So I'm just hoping and praying because like I said before, they are booked and busy on the previous matches. They somehow had the worst positioning of all time. This is just not their day.
Yeah, I do agree, especially in that moment where Ma could have survived, like trying his best, but unfortunately, like he was just caught off guard. And that has been the same situation even in the regionals in Southeast Asia. So I thought they did manage to pull out of that because there were some instances where even in a shotgun, he can battle it out. He can duke it out against a 1v1 or 1v2, but that is a different mode, a Clash Squad. In Battle Royale, I think they are just going back to their usual ways and it's not working.
And Neptune, talking about the next map coming up, Nextera. I mean, we usually end up looking at some skills. We end up seeing some crazy stuff. What are you specifically going to be looking at for Nextera?
Oh, this is where the teams will be farming all those eliminations because despite of this is similar to the size of say Purgatory Bermuda, we are seeing a lot of compounds in here. Most of the compounds is a hiding spot for those who's trying to survive as well as the vending machine available. So this is where in most cases in tournament we get to see a lot of revives and then a lot of elimination as well.
Now the question is, who's doing the farming and who's getting farmed? Because right now, like I said, I am hoping and praying for our Indian teams because they do have what it takes. We all seen that happening on the survival stage, but somehow right now they just have to shake off those final jitters, I think, because
it even looked good for SAUL for that one moment. But then what happened?
I don't know. That's exactly
Tell me, girl, what
we should be asking to the players because they look chill as hell right now. And we need to get them refocused because Nextera, again, this is not going to be an easy map for anyone.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy map for anyone, especially for those bottom teams. But at this point, the one thing that they do have going for them is that you're at the bottom. You got absolutely nothing to lose. You might as well just send it. And I think that's why we have seen them previously fight against those top dogs as well.
And one thing that we expect right here, based on the numbers, is Brim United might be going for a comeback. Because so far the average that they have is 20 points for each time that they step into Nextera. And who's following them would be RQ as well as MIBR Law. So there's a huge potential that 3 regions or 3 countries will be taking that booyah in this map.
I mean, when we started today, we were talking about Blue Ram. We were talking about the points that they were able to get, right? During the groups, they were averaging about 19.7 points. So far today, even though they had a great performance in game 1, they've only been 11. So a massive drop-off for that squad, Conchita.
Yes, it is. But then again, if we take a look at the Booyah list, 3 out of the 4 Thailand teams has gotten it. So maybe it's just about time. Then again, Buriram United Esports, they were doing so well at the elimination points up until that time when they got eliminated early. So there's still hope for Buriram United Esports. I am keeping an eye out for them. And Nextera, once again, this is one of Wasana's favorite map, actually. He said it somewhere.
I guess Buriram just don't want that World Series and then to back it up with the EWC 2026 trophy. I guess you guys just don't want it enough. So
they're giving other people a chance to catch up.
That's so humble of them.
When we were talking about the overall, we saw first place there with 70 points with AJL, and then going all the way down to Lion, I think they were somewhere in the 53-point mark. So honestly, one Booyah can make the difference. We already saw what happened after 2 matches earlier on. I can't wait to see what it's going to be looking like after these 2 matches, because if it's anything like what we just saw previously, it's gonna be absolute madness. And you know what? I want to see that madness. I know you at home want to see that madness too. Let's send it to Nextera.
Well, madness is exactly what we're going to be getting as we go into this map. AJ warned us that this map could possibly be match point, because of the possibilities of some of these teams popping off. Just now, Neptune already said 3 teams, BRU, MIBR Lost, as well as RRQ, have high potentials of going huge on this map. What do you think, Lucifer?
I don't like it, Tash.
Why?
I went on the stage and was like, hey, this is the time that teams are trying to take it away from Southeast Asia. But look at it, as we are back towards our match number 5, 3 teams from Southeast Asia are ready to get to match point. And that just feels like it might just go back. But doesn't matter, the cooperation looks really good. AGL, Twisted Minds and Falcons looking forward to a chance on the game trophy. This is Nextera, the last game where you know the clear path to, because every game after this is randomized and you don't know where you're heading in the flight.
Yeah, you're basically going in blind in this situation. Again, there is high possibility of hitting that match point, but the question is which team will be able to clinch in that final Booyah to go home with the trophy and the championship title.
Flight path right now cutting the map in half. Nothing much to be worried about for any team. If you want to go up north, you have a chance at Intellect Center. And if you want to go to Deca Square, which is so far in our previous days of the journey, the 3 days was very sought after, and even our last few circles ended up near the Deca Square itself. And right as now, it's only going to be SATUL. However, towards Rushtown, we see Falcons and a mix of Loud and Loud. They are the next best in case of Southeast Asia do not find their match point. It is going to be Loud.
Yeah, Loud looks really good. I think in the first match was a bit more quiet from them, but they started to warm up. And I think it's really scary because they are a type of team that is just really patient with how they play. And we saw some gunshots coming through from them as well. So we are going to be seeing this fight happening. But at the same time, I suspect that for the players of Fluxo, they're keeping a close eye on this team. Limit already chunked out so low, even knocked down. But the revivals are quick. But Loud is just happy with his early 2 points.
2 points. The Inoculus used to get to know where more players from Falcons are, so they know Pina is also close by. Not exact coordinates, but Pina, he'll also be snuffed out very soon. He's running out in the open. He doesn't have an idea that there's a player already ahead of his position. And very soon, Falcons, even though they've got the revive, will also lose another player. On the other end, Buriram finally getting back into action, and they're taking down Evos. They were supposed to be the ones closest to the match point, but they've been pushed so far down at the 7th spot that they need to rise up the ranks, get back to around 70 points. At least in this game, I don't see a possibility for Buriram to get to match point as comparison to the others.
Pina, great attempt, and also successfully being able to pick up Trap in his position. Aggressive as hell. Could be able to go for this 1v1 against Nyx. Aware, drops down those glue walls, but able to bring Trap back into the game. Valiant dash to bring down the glue walls, moving all around the area. The lack of info keeps Pina at bay, but On Fire is here to provide some form of support. But Fluxo in the wings wants to join the fight, but before that could happen, Pina gets another elimination in the bag.
It was stolen. Fluxo, they're the ones who made a close-by attempt here. And now surrounded is Pina. He was able to hold his front, but 2v1, that's not going to work out. Electrotherapy as well, working in favor for Fluxo. But Fluxo, they still have a challenge. Loud were the ones who pushed Falcons out. So Loud are still in the close compounds there. For Falcons, they might be safe and sound in the other direction, but Fluxo want to surround them. It seems like Falcons are the ones who reattempt, and Loud are the ones who get away with it. UAV being used, information will be relayed, and Fluxo, they will again reattempt and take down Falcons. On Fire's footsteps will be heard, but Sid will give a call. Bob's on the top to see if anybody exits in the nearby compound, and then they both again in a 2v1 might look forward to a second elimination on Falcons.
Now On Fire is very capable of winning 2v1s, but over on this side of the map here, Rand's in trouble as AGAL completely overwhelmed and swarm. Great work coming for this team. Positions all noted. No one is truly safe in this area. And now, wants to jump off from this site is looking scary. Attempts coming through here from SAUL. Jack on the other side of the glue wall somehow will go down as AGL so meticulous with how exactly they take these fights.
SAUL needed to win this if they wanted to deny AGAL the match point. And with that not happening and AGAL getting the eliminations, they will now slowly get closer towards match point, and they need only 20. And if they activate match point here, meaning match number 6 is where they just need a booyah and they will close this entire Esports World Cup 2026 for Free Fire.
As Loud just now as well, looking really good on how they played this area. And I have to say, those early fights were really good. Loud knowing when exactly to let go and leave as soon as a third party came is the reason why they're able to have these really deep runs and survive till the end.
AGL, they would want to be the ones who survive till the very end, grab as many points as they want. 4 eliminations right now, and right in front is going to be Loud. The team, not from their region, but the challengers as best. They've been showing consistency from the very first game. Got the booyah in the beginning itself, but it's not been a case where they continuously get a lot in terms of eliminations, whereas AGL, they've been better in consistency and just secured a booyah in the previous game. And AGL, all gamers global. What a global title for themselves. They won it in Clash Squad, and now they want a Battle Royale, and Nyx is down. Cypher, oh no, a counter knock coming through. That's in from Loud. The challenge for a 1v1 is only for a knock. No confirmations, but Dew has been found out, so that's going to be trapped. More falling, Cypher as well. Loud are not taking this easily. They instantly want to challenge. Nice hit coming with the throwable. Cypher is still brought back to life. Chrono being used. Cypher might have patched himself, but BZP with the melter. He's surrounded, gets one. But Cypher will be happy that Nameless brought him back to life, and BZP out. AGL still functioning. However, Nyx is the only one floating above because Stab just got taken down. So troubles and problems for Loud.
AGL looking very aggressive here, but we also are seeing Twisted Minds join in on the fight. 2 members from the team knocked down already, quickly taken away. And Cypher is limping right now. Forced to hide in a corner, forced to just really keep quiet, keep his head down. If he wants to be able, just go for that reset. Regardless, the rest of Twisted Minds not really interested in going in for this hunt, rather prioritizing survivability and positions later. But as for this side of the map here, Fluxo hit toe-to-toe up against the Falcons.
Fluxo, W7M. Their fans have been non-stop on the drums, chanting their names. And now they need to get to that position. Taking down Falcons will give them massive points and deny Falcons from getting towards match point. Melta was already used, so the aggression still continues. While we take a look at the circle, which is about to make its own shift, to bring its own gameplay and a push where teams will not be ready for. And what a quick shift it's been. A drastic one, moves to the complete eastern edge, leaving only almost Twisted Minds at the center of it, and it seems like the whole ploy is being towards Twisted Minds, maybe being the champions as well.
SAUL wants to go in for this fight, wants to be able to play comeback here, but Fluxo is definitely not a foe to be underestimated here. Troll, great on the opening, they weren't aware of his rotation from the other side. A nice piece of cut across, they've been able to do it. MT7's position noted, but movement is good. Being able to take some chip damage, but not enough to drop him down. Bunzin goes up close and personal, dropping down a member of SAUL as Bobs. The damage is good toward Bunny, but no knocks yet from their side. And in this situation, they're barely alive, with Troll looking to find the final member. Bobs knocked down already. MT7 running for his life. The shots are there.
the stage with us. 4 eliminations, and SATL Esports take down another runner on this title, making sure their attempt is back again. Next era, this matchup is going to be crucial for every team that's making a comeback. So is Buriram. RRQ also need the points, but them all playing outside the zone means this could be an opportunity for the others who are inside the circle. And taking another opportunity is SHUL. Now it's Lion on a challenge. Noors down, Jack as well taken down over there. Della, he's the one who made the hit. Games Kings North, and for the time being quickly Della to recover and patch himself. Puts glue walls in the container. And Noor wanting to help his teammates, but he's going to be surrounded and he'll also be knocked.
Completely overwhelmed. Lion doing great with the timing, and they've been very, very opportunistic throughout the entirety of today. And now, in this situation, a little bit more further out of the zone, but they do have the opportunity to get into the area, since the area on the northern side is fairly empty. The only team standing between them is just TAG.
Team Apex Gaming. We just saw what SATL were able to do, but both SATL and Team Apex Gaming are sharing the position on the overall ranking. Not great. However, Jack trying to make it better. Spots limit, but damage being done by Jack as well. While on the other end, front runners is what we were talking about. AGL are on the top of it. Cypher gates by Rigby. M590 to do the damage. Confirmation also to follow through. Nameless trying to hammer MIPL loss, and then successful blows being landed. Nameless now covering the outer fronts. Ravan, after his losing his teammates, wants to make a run, go for a revive. But even Rigby, he will not deny on this challenge. He will try to stand for it. It will not work out, as AGL will have MIPL loss surrounded and swept out.
Yeesh! Talk about a team that's just really walking in the around the area, just sweeping it. Looking really good right now as we look at the entirety of the circle. Majority of it, at least the best positions in my opinion, have been completely taken over here. EVOS on the western side, Twisted Minds and Loud sharing that southern side as well. Now I'm just waiting for these two to just duke it out, because we all know how bloody it can be.
Binoculars were used, so information's being relayed on either end. Twisted Minds, we spoke about it. AGL might be at the top, a team from Thailand, but Twisted Minds, they were a team that nobody had to bat an eye on. Nobody thought that they're going to be, because AGL's there, Buriram's there, Falcons is there from the region, but Twisted Minds, they're twisting players, hands and legs to make it happen. SATL also trying that similar approach. They did battle against Falcons, but now Pina running, ring around the poses to try and see if there's a chance. He runs away from Bunny, but will be spotted. Pina still going for a 1v1. It'll not work out. It's going to be a max 7 end for him. And SATL Esports secured their 13th elimination.
This is a different look coming from SAUL. Yes, there are moments of brilliance, but this is the capability of what they're able to do. Riding high on that momentum, being able to take out the Giants. And now they continue on here. Northern side, they have the compound and space. And if you were to look at the zone right now, the southern side is about to get hectic. A majority of teams rotating through. Looking at the areas as well, for AGAL, I would say this is one of their best ones. 10 eliminations, not too far there, as the Falcons and SAUL each are getting completely destroyed in their own compounds and areas.
AGL, two different teams in front of them, Twisted Minds as well as Loud. But Buriram, they have only one, that's going to be RRQ. Get High is out. Problem striking, Dutch confirms, Rans as well. And Vasana trying to bring Buriram back. He will be put to his knees. Dutch will be recovered because Rans is closer. Buriram having a teammate, Jonah, who gets closer. Moshi from afar tried his shots, but none of them worked or connected to RRQ. But this breather was enough. Buriram is back in action, and Buriram also getting help from EVOS. And now EVOS helping them out. RRQ are in trouble. Dutch, can he recover this? Only good for an exchange, and instantly he will be shut down. And that's the end for RRQ.
RRQ looked like they had a really great start there. Burbia, this is a situation they really needed. Quiet in the last two games, needing to play catch up despite the great start. As for SAUL, Bunny getting knocked down by Lion. making sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's, and even going for more. EVOS is now pressured since Lion does have a high ground advantage.
All Gamers Global now making a rush towards Loud. Already a casualty over there. Can they confirm the elimination? No, Loud managed to recover, but the push is still there. And helping out was Twisted Minds, and in an instant, Loud wanted to get out, and all they get out is out of the game into the lobby. Loud Snickers. They were almost consistent, but with only 4 points in this game, nothing much, but more points coming in for Buriram United Esports. As Twisted Minds did help out over there to AGL, now they have their own concerns.
Yeah, they're on top side here. They are safe for the time being. When they found Limit, they knock him down. As for EVOS, wants to wrestle away this space away from Lion. But they're just getting knocked out. Their space just running out. Della waiting in the wings. His teammates shepherding the players of EVOS toward him. A beautiful nade takes out Abax. Russia gets knocked down as well. And a quad for Lion. Joker going huge in this particular round. EVOS eliminated.
Joker! Already Lion has 26 eliminations in total, and now they've spotted Twisted Minds. A knock was dealt, and that's the warning coming in from Lions, because they're going to be the beasts of next era. Falcons Keroro trying to close the distance between Buriram as well as Twisted Minds, but he only read that there was players on the roof, not inside the compound. And Keroro, if he jumps in, it's going to be trouble, but trouble already for AGL right behind the bus. Riptide Rhythm, Flash Freeze all being used, and Lion are peppering them with bullets, and Twisted Minds are dropping nades after nades to trouble AGL.
Yeah, AGL, terrible position to be in. Not a lot of space either, and they're completely crunched from multiple angles, above or below. They are gonna get chunked down here. And Lion, a lot of space to work with, but this circle shift is about to get interesting. Yes, Buriram United and Twisted Minds has a little bit more space. Wakos getting knocked down here, should be able to get picked up. And AGL looking to rally back.
Lion quickly recovered. Thankfully, they did not lose their sniper. AGL, however, Nameless gets hit. But there is a chance, glue wall and recovery. This is just the back and forth. Now Explosive finds on Joker. Will be a quick recovery, but Explosive, can he find another? Nice monster truck being brought down. Blocking vision for the time being. Joker trying to find an angle. It's not possible for the time being. But Lion, if they pull this off, 27 eliminations already. We were talking about records. They might be getting closer. Aurora was the last time who managed to get closer to it, but they did not close it out. And all Lion are doing is knock after knock after knock. We have to see when do teams manage to not able to rise up. No revives, and finally it seems like AGL have had enough. They make a rush.
They are forced to take this fight as well. AGL, a bad situation turned into a good one. Desperation turned into a win. They have the space right now, looking to overwhelm the players of Buriram United. And this is huge. Really stop Buriram United in their tracks. Continue their silent run throughout the last few maps. Buriram United, their backs out in the open. Lion take full advantage of this. Wasana knocked down. Well, get high, barely alive. But they're holding on for Twist for life, as the AGL members also are in trouble.
Trouble is not stopping. Cypher managed to jump, but he'll still be picked off. That's going to be the Twisted Minds, and AGL are out. Comes down to the last two teams. Lion and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are getting closer towards the match point, but Lion have a race to reach. Opening yet to be found. Games King was knocked, but that's not going to be enough. Twisted Minds now rotating, trying to climb up the hill, but Joker at the angle. He puts jump down, needs a confirmation, and that's when the numbers will change.
And this is really interesting because both these teams, we haven't seen a very healthy fight in a while here. Joker decides to move away here. Both players, both teams looking to prioritize positioning. They know exactly where the Twisted Minds players are. And Lion wants to try and take away that space. But it's a high climb, playing this angle where Twisted Minds have all the advantage. Diamond with the high ground, and even those snipers. It's going to be really hard to really challenge this space.
Riptide Rhythm being used, but he'll not be troubled. On the other end, Diamond will be, because Joker came up close. Putting the player on the roof down, and now look at this, Lion closing in, because they know the zone's closing out Twisted Minds. Della as well close by. They need the confirmation. Twisted Minds have lost the player. Games King finds the boss. More falling through. Jump is down. One last player, and Lion, they're on. They get the booyah, and they take and break
good one. Disadvantages upon disadvantages and turned into advantages somehow. This team rally and this team decides to overwhelm. Don't count them out. And suddenly, everything up in the air. Match point is we're still wondering when exactly that's going to happen.
They crushed keys yesterday, and today opportunities of match point being crushed. 45 total points. Lion break all the records that anybody thought could have been left as it is by Falcons, which was done. Aurora got closer, but they couldn't. And Lion, they do it. The beasts of Nextera making a comeback in the grand finals. Looking forward to match point. What a play, what a position. Look at this, Joker, unbelievable stuff. He did find this opening, but this was the crucial one. Putting Diamond out. How did they make it happen? That is crucial with Della going up close. Let's hear them out.
Crazy work coming from the Zell. You could tell how much they wanted it. They were super hyped. Like as you mentioned, match point denial coming from this team. And if you were to see their record throughout this entirety of the week, they didn't really get activated up until later. We've seen moments of it, and our records are broken. And most importantly, what the heck was that ending?
What was that indeed? I agree with you. But AGAL, they got 22 points, and now I'm afraid. It was 70 points before we started this game, and now that match 5's ended, I think they've made it to match point. The only team that have made it to match point. We'll take a look at it, but let's talk about the key players. We were talking, the highlight was entirely on Games King when we always spoke about Lion. Yes, in his region, when we were seeing their games, it was, yes, him, the MVP, finding eliminations, but when it was necessary, the whole team stepped up, except for his name. Everybody else was there. That tells you when Games King could play his own game, and on top of it, Joker as the sniper. Oh my God. He made sure Twisted Minds, if they thought they had a chance, it will be swept, vanquished, and cleared from their minds.
You know what's really interesting as well? We talked about it because Twisted Minds had the prime positioning. They had the compound, they had the high ground. Even Diamond on the top side there had all the information he needed. But that one shot coming in from Lion to take down Diamond, and suddenly it just felt like a huge collapse. Suddenly all their defenses fell apart. And that's what I like seeing for Lion. You are being very opportunistic to turn the tides. Regardless, we're going to take a breather, and when we come back, let's see what exactly will be going on here in the grand finals.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Everyone, the match point has started. We have two teams activated the champion rush. Lion and AGAL with very impressive points, 89 and 82.
That is amazing indeed. I mean, just take a look at that last game. Lion, they totally won our heart over. They had it really hard against Twisted. Twisted had the better position, but they were quick. That they were super fast. A booyah, first booyah for Lion today, and they got 33 elimination points in just one game. They were struggling at the beginning, but 33 elimination points is huge, Yunsol.
The youth energy is getting fired up right here, and I want to talk about Joker. He is such a nice sniper. Wait, getting himself 11 eliminations point is amazing. Very incredible, right? Super love that guy, actually.
And of course, if we're talking about the match point, they are now 6 points ahead of AGAL, and that is something that we should look forward into going on the next game.
92 as well, and I think both of them can activate it. Both of them had activated the champion rush already and just need one more booyah to become the champion of AWC 26 Free Fire right here. But behind that, we still have Twisted Minds, 87 points, and Loud, 71.
Yeah,
Pretty
and that
close.
is amazing. And you just saw what happened in the green room. You just saw our reaction because that game, that match was just intense. But now we are surely having high hopes for Lion and hoping the other could catch up to them because this is what they show exactly at the survival stage. I mean, technically, Lion was also one of the very first team who got the booyah during the group stage, right? So we all know that they do have what it takes to be the champion.
Well, this is the first time a LATAM region can rise above and become the champions. What do you think?
I think this is going to be huge, and I'm pretty sure that we are in for some more surprises. But now I think it's time for us to go back to the casters. I'm sure they have a lot to say about the upcoming matches. So Yunsul, are you sure that your team can still make it? What's your team again? Oh, no, they did not make it. I'm so sorry.
Why are you being like
I still have 2 teams. I still have RRQ and EVOS, and I do hope they are going to put everything they have on the land right now and activate those match points.
Oh man, this is getting real hot right now. 2 teams already on match point, and 2 teams are about to bring home trophies for the first time to their own regions.
Cutthroat is the competition. Like our talents down there as well, Conchita and Yunsul. They were at each other, but this tells us how this competition is turning out. Records broken in a grand final stage. And that is not from your Southeast Asian teams, not from the Brazil team, from a team who've made it and got their match point activated because of their booyah with 45 total points. That is Lion. And now they're moving into the next game. A total of 98 is what Lion have secured with 65 eliminations. AGL, for a second I was worried AGL did not get it because looking at how they were taking the points, obviously I think AGL, this was a close call and they'll be happy that they got to match point. Even if Lion managed to secure the booyah in the next game, AGL will manage to try and defend it. So chances for AGL also there for becoming a champion.
That's right, and this is where things get really hard. Getting the match point is not the hard part. Getting that booyah, however, is. It's as though you're putting a big, I would say, target on your back. And it's as though you have to have that mental to make it all the way to the end. Playing slow, is that an option? Maybe. But will other teams allow you to do that?
Not sure, as the flight path, as we see a little southern favor just above Santa Catarina and ending at Mammoth. But still teams manage to traverse. But one team traversing into a battle directly is going to be EVOS and MIB a loss. Buriram and Tag once again happening. It seems like whenever it's Kalahari, it's time to start off with battles from the very beginning. And Team Apex Gaming right now at Buriram. Last time they did eliminate Buriram, but this time it seems like Sahil Jat and Vatsana as well. 1-1 elimination each, and Wolvin also goes out.
Getting eliminated so early, EVOS. What on earth happened over on that side? Meanwhile, over here, TAG, Tag, still surviving, still as a 2. Buriram United doing a great job of just maintaining this space, making sure that they're able to just bring their team back into the game. Yeah, they lost Osana, but how quick they were to go for that, I would say, that reset. A replay to just see what's going on right now. Look how quick Buriram United just completely overwhelmed, left no space and moment for TAG to completely pick up the pace.
And while that replay happened, MIB a loss. They were the ones who put EVOS out here at Shrines. TAG and Buriram was again drop clash previously. TAG had to go to Santa Catarina. They decided, hey, let's take a hit at Buriram. This time it did not work out. But Buriram, when we talk about that, it seems like they have a challenge very soon. Lion, who just broke the EWC record, are now going towards Stone Ridge. AGL on the other end, they better be wary about it. If they don't read into this, if they're not ready into fights, and if they end up losing players, yes, not a team elimination, I hope. Players still is okay, but they have to be worried as Buriram get hit by Lion, and the battle strikes off. Get High is down. Games King confirms it. Trying to close the distance, Jonah. Can he hold it off? Yes, he does, but Games King is there as a backup. What do you do against these beasts of Free Fire?
Buriram United in this situation possibly not only a bit more than they can chew, they were also completely tunnel visioned, unaware of the positioning, the layering of how the Lion players have placed themselves. Now we move over to the Falcons, just side by side to the players of TAG. And this is interesting because usually for the Falcons, it's all about going aggressive here. They go do that against Trap, quick to find him. But the rest of Loud, very, very comfortable on the other end, able to move away.
I think it was just Loud trying to scope out for information, and Trap just got spotted out without knowing that players were behind him. But one more team right behind Falcons is this time Team Apex Gaming, who just made a recovery. But look at Pino's jump. Oh my God! Shoto instantly put down and getting on to follow up. Falcons, they're the ones who are flying and clipping the wings over the Saljat position compromise. Riptide Rhythm also used, and he will also be brought down to his knees. Wolvin, he did manage to recover the team, but he will not be able to recover even a single elimination against Falcons.
Falcons look really good right now, much more like themselves. They're just moving around the area and the map and just really taking fights against every single team they cross. But definitely, I have to say, Lucifer, this map is definitely a lot more slower than the first few maps today. Everyone's so cautious. No one wants to give any opportunity.
Bound to happen. Two teams have match point. If you mess up, one of those two teams will become champions. Crush your keys, put it in their trophy, and for the entire year will be reigning kings of Free Fire. And you do not want that. That is the reason the teams who are the closest, Twisted Minds as well as Loud, they want a recovery. But Tag, they are not finding any recovery at all today.
It's like a marathon of just recoveries for them.
Revive, and revive. Nothing on the elimination front.
Look so, the crowd's so loud for them, giving them that energy, and Diamond will be the first one to get knocked down here quickly. 1 point in the bag here, and T7 does find one of their own, but they are going to be rallied back. Because we do have Twisted Minds here that do still want to play. Jump, knocked out already, 2 eliminations for Fluxo. A first step, too many for them to climb up the ladder. Bit more quiet for the rest of the day since they did manage to get one big game earlier.
Twisted Minds, thankfully they got away. They are 3 points away from match point. If they don't get there in this game, they have to only hope that AGL and Lion, they don't win out. And thankfully, Falcons are trying to deny, but Games King says no once again.
He's going insane right now.
Keroro, his confirmation comes through. And now Lion are quick to check and pounce upon if there are more Falcon players here.
Now for AGAL, also up here, ready for that trophy. But Lost looking to just really shut them down, not able to do so with General. Going to get knocked down here. Rigby tries to at least trade, can't do so. Blocked out by those glue walls. And quick to reposition. The first elimination in the bag. But for Made in Brazil loss, you see Yago pressuring Barros, forced to move away. He barely survived that encounter. And now AGAL not able to overcome. So what they're going to do here is they're going to try at least hold on their positions, try to isolate Yago, be aware of where everyone is, but they cannot get any more eliminations.
AGL do not even want that. They just want a booyah. Even Lion. But Lion are still pouncing upon opponents, taking them down. They have 6 eliminations already. Just did lose out a player. And that's due to the launch pad they took, but that's still okay. However, they have a hit list on them for the next 1 minute. The position to the team who activated the hit list will be pinged. And they have to be wary about it. And that's going to be the Falcons. Initially, Lions did take them down, but Falcons, I think, want to fly and swoop down, put their beaks into the Falcons, and take that beast away.
It's going to be really fun how it's going to go. Lion I would have surprised. I thought they would have changed up the way they play coming into this particular game. But for them, they're saying, no, let's just play our game. Let's continue our momentum and how we move. In this situation here, we just talked about Lion. Squawka's already getting knocked out. Now for Twisted Minds, an idea on exactly how it's going to go. Look at this map here, this area toward the sub. No one really around, so Fluxo, they can become the gatekeepers they want to. No, Twisted Minds knows exactly where MT7 is. Takes a lot of damage already. Will tie by a bit more time. The long-range weapons that MT7 has is lethal in his hands. Exposy is getting shot back in return. And both these teams temporarily on a stalemate. Exposy, the glue wall falls, takes quite a bit of damage, forced to reposition, but able to put another one down. The electrotherapy will give a bit of space. Not for long. Teammate knocked down. The bat is here as well. MT7 going to be completely overwhelmed here. Tries his best to at least steal away a pickoff. Not going to be able to do so. But still, Gio decides to join in on this fight.
There's more from Fluxo. There are chances that Fluxo can take a hit, but it seems like there's been a call made to retreat. Do not continue this fight, because if they keep giving eliminations to Twisted Minds, that is them going to be activating match point. And Twisted Minds, their chase doesn't work in their favor. They almost were about to lose 2 players. They did lose 1. But instantly knowing that Fluxo is close by, they decide not to continue that fight with this disadvantage.
Gotta take this slow, you gotta be very, very safe. But the very least here, for Gio and the rest of Fluxo, they can be the ones to keep Twisted Minds out of the zone. But if you take too long, the Lions are going to go on a hunt. And Lion is now here. Their strategy of going completely aggressive, taking fights left, right, and center has been going very, very well for them.
Twisted Minds, only 1 elimination, meaning they will jump to 88. They need more players to be at least eliminated. 10 in the lobby. If a team gets eliminated, they bring it down to around 8, they'll start getting placement points and they might make those 3 points. But this is how pressure works, especially in the finals. You know, with match point under threat, if you don't activate it, somebody else activates it, and then the booyah to follow is the game being closed for Free Fire. And that is why Twisted Minds are also along the same line of how we are seeing AJL trying to play safe and secure some of those eliminations, those points.
Reposition coming in from Lion, instead of just going in for this fight, decides to prioritize positioning, and it's good. They got a compound, and most importantly, a bit more advantage to the players of Twisted Minds and even Fluxo. To see Buram United still out there in the open. We thought the last map would be a change in pace for this particular team, since it's very, very quiet. But we haven't seen more from them on this map either.
But Twisted Minds, they're also unable to see a lot. It seems like they're just back and forth in the play zone. They're playing outside the edges itself. Anytime they try to get closer, Fluxo once shut them down, and the other time they had a clash, somehow surviving. Good use of the electrotherapy is all I can say at this point, because they're trying to survive that play zone and nothing else, because they want to make it to the end. They're trying to bank on those placement points we were talking about. RRQ on the other end at the 9th spot, 46 points. We just broke a record. 45 total points. Why not them trying their hand at it? Because we know RRQ have that potential.
They do.
It's just that they miss out when it's time to close. So RRQ can always stage their very own comeback.
In this situation as well, AGAL, like you mentioned, fairly quiet, but this era to our refinery could be good for them. Going in from these long-range picks, being able to catch people, any team in the midst of rotation.
I'm surprised to see refinery so empty. AGAL,
right?
They're having a ball of a time there. And if that continues, they can see command posts right down. And that is where the circle is.
But the fights are still going on here with the Made in Brazil Lost getting that first pick off here. But General will be the one that's traded out there. But you can't count Yago out, putting in that damage. But the Falcons, we're so ready for Rigby's jump shot. Triple elimination for him. Aggressive as heck, and another step forward to their own match point. With MIBR loss, able to bring 1 player in the game. You need more if you want to bring the whole team. Not enough coins to be able to do so.
Problems for every team who want to get closer to match point. Loud have only 4 eliminations. Falcons want to make their way, but they need around 27 in total. They have earned 10 of those eliminations. AGL finally making a rotation out of the refinery. We spoke about it. Circle is not there. But the position that they hold, they have a clear front to move around. And that's how they decide to rotate as well. Rather than going directly into the circle, they're moving around it so that they have information. And especially the vertical terrain advantage is what they still want to keep.
AGL just now, they were trying to get the advantage earlier, but now the advantage comes close since they do have this huge terrain. Those Lion Games King will be knocked down. But Della is here to completely obliterate. Shots from above, catching the mid-rotation. Nameless, you gotta do something, you gotta survive. But Della shuts him down. A quadra kill from this player to further their way into the game. And a heartbreak for AGAL.
That was an M249 used like a Gatling gun and gutting AGL out. And Lion, Della destroying the team who had match point. And now it's only Lion in Kalahari. They spotted the next opponent. That's going to be Fluxo. But they don't have to run into it because Fluxo are already in another fight. That's going to be Buriram. These teams are fighting amongst themselves while Lion are cleaning shop and paving path.
It's gonna be dangerous right now. Fluxo, crowd loud for them. A lot of energy, a lot of cheers. And Buriram United looking to silence them. A quick reposition coming in from Banzin. Good enough to keep the rest of Buriram United at bay. But the shots coming through from Lion pressures the rest of SAUL. And they're picking up the HP of the players. And they're not able to do a lot. As the members of SAUL drop 1 by 1.
M249 not stopping from Della. Has 4 eliminations, finally Troll puts a stall and then a knock on Della was crucial to put Lion down and SAUL are charging towards them. This is going to be an opening, but Joker tries to slow them down, confirms on Jack as well, bringing it down to a 3v3. Bunny with the ACAT has done the damage. Boltmaker also surrounding Lion. Very cautious on the approach. Nade being cooked, tossed, but will not hit the mark. SAUL are right behind the containers, but not in position for Lion to instantly fight.
Yeah, and now Lion running out of space. The same could be said about SAUL. Maybe a temporary respite between teams. Regardless, gonna try and chunk forward here as well. But kept at bay, damage is too much, and throughout all of that as well, Falcons and RQ gonna juke it out. Falcons taking a lot of heavy damage, and RQ completely collapsed. The Falcons cannot move.
RQ, they managed to put Falcons down, but the fight is not yet done. MIP lost who managed to recover General and Yago, but RRQ as the zone's closing, they want to be ahead of it. They want to make a move, and they are. They also need the points. They're at the 8th spot. We spoke about it, 40-pointer, but now it's tough. Players getting knocked. Mahal will be brought back to life and General instantly put to rest by Abe. And RRQ get their 5th. But Lion, they are the ones that the whole lobby should be worried about. 7 teams still surviving. SAUL at the front of it. And Della makes it inside the circle. Joker using the stealth bikes and look at Yako. He's in the other front. Reply to them use. This could be an opening to stall SAUL as well.
Could be really good. RQ is now out, but for the Lions, they are catching SAUL mid-rotation. SAUL eliminated, and they quickly go toward the next mark. They have Fluxo close by. They also have Loud as well, but they're taking this bit by bit. Twisted Minds shut up inside of the compound, but Joker is just on a rampage.
Records were just broken and now records are being made, history being created. Lion have the best advantage. Loud in front of them, Grab helping them out. Big one, M79, 2 of the players from Twisted Mind are down. Nick's up close and personal, and Loud have put Twisted Minds down. Lion, a 3v4.
This is insane because Guacos is just finding the angle to Waka. Not able to land those shots. Taking his time, but the Knights have a nice crossfire, and Loud completely surrounded, cannot really move. These two teams, Loud especially wants to stop Lion from being able to end this tournament. Trap stuck in the corner, Lion playing at a disadvantage with 1 player less. Joker taking his time.
Trap is the one who made it possible. Now Trap has to be the one to put Lion down as well. But Lion Joker, the man who became the MVP. He has to hold this off. Nice throw, no player being revived. Nix making a jump. Can he do the damage? Two of the players from Loud have gotten closer. Doing the damage. Run being done from Della. He right now is not pulling the M249 up because he knows the number disadvantage in Nix. He finds the opening. Loud are stopping this from happening, and Nix and BCP, they stop Lion, stop them, and bring it back to Brazil.
They are not allowing this tournament to end. You are not going home with that trophy. Must be frustrating, must be a heartbreak. You're so close, you're already there. The booyah right at the tips of your fingers.
That could have been history in Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris. There have been a lot of firsts that happen on this stage. And Lion, just by a sliver, missed this chance. But look at Loud, their execution. Clap, he started it all with the M79, using the launchers, denying everybody from getting closer. Twisted Minds getting shattered within the compound. And then Nix and BZP together for the final hit and make sure that the game trophy is still standing there and no keys are yet crushed.
I have to say, losing that one player advantage was just too much to deal with.
Look at Loud. That's a Loud reaction. The way they managed to hold this off. Trap. Yes, you have done magic. You have done the almighty as of now. That's what you pulled off over there. Otherwise, Lion, they were about to be the beasts of EWC 26 Paris Free Fire. Unbelievable, a back-to-back booyah to just close it off, close the stage. But Loud say that no, not yet. We are here. Southeast Asia has taken it away from us many times, but this time no, Brazil wants it. Keeping the lifeline open, and Loud will strike this hammer for the game number 7, our match 7, which is gonna happen next. But what a game this was.
They're so proficient in getting those eliminations as well. Didn't change their momentum or style of play. Didn't even slow down. AJL a bit more quiet this time, prioritizing survivability. However, that target on their backs meant that they were getting hunted left, right, and center. And I would say that if this team decides to play like Lion, play their own game, they would have had a way deeper run. Regardless, now that the map is still going on, let's have a look at what Lion has to say about that map earlier.
Hello everyone, Carol Bombshell here back on stage. Oh my gosh, things here are getting really serious. The heat is up right now, I'm even shaking. And this interview must be really important right now because we're gonna talk with Lions, especially with the Joker. That was the player that got the most kills, the most eliminations for Lions, where they activated the match point. Okay, so you guys got the biggest booyah of AWC history, and you just broke AWC point record, kill, and record everything. How did you feel after that incredible game?
Acaban de conseguir uno de los boyas más importantes en este torneo. Han roto todos los récords. ¿Cómo te sentiste en ese momento? ¿Cómo te sientes ahora?
Nada, la verdad que bastante emocionado. Al fin y al cabo yo creo que no hay mucha sensación porque seguimos todavía compitiendo, todavía no ha acabado nada. Yo creo que hasta el momento no estamos dimensionando lo que estamos haciendo, simplemente estamos queriendo salir campeones y estamos jugando para eso.
We're really excited, but we are not really feeling right now because we're still competing. So there's nothing to feel yet. We are just focused on getting the win and being champions.
Probably that's a good mindset for right now. You are now making history for Latam at this event at AWC, the World Champions. And you are past the point and become champions. How does it feel to be so close to make history here?
Estás haciendo historia para Latinoamérica, estás en el punto en el cual ya pueden ser campeones. ¿Cómo se siente estar en estos momentos a un paso de ser campeón?
Nada, la verdad que no hay como un sentimiento claro, sinceramente. Lo único que estamos pensando es en cerrar la partida, lograr el bulla y terminar el campeonato y lograr ser campeones. Básicamente estamos jugando para eso.
We don't really have a clear feeling. We're only thinking about getting that big last booyah, being the champions, and that's all we're thinking about right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty much sure that's the goal right now. I don't want to take much time with you because you got to concentrate for the next match. But I got to ask about this last game. You were so close to get the booyah that it's going to turn you guys champions. What happened? Can you share some thoughts about this last game, this end game against Loud?
Hablando sobre la última partida, estuvieron muy cerca de convertirse en campeones. ¿Nos puedes contar qué estaba pasando por sus cabezas en ese momento? ¿Cómo se sintió?
La verdad que en el momento simplemente era un 3 versus 4. Pensamos que había otro equipo que eran de diferente, entonces hubo como ahí como que chocamos en la comunicación. Pero nada, de hecho en el momento no simplemente era como de tratar de ganar, entonces no había como algo tan específico, simplemente estamos jugando para ganar y ya está.
We were 3 against 4, and we thought it was a different team, so we had a little bit of miscommunications in our comms, and we just didn't play it right, and what happened happened.
Perfect. All right, so for us to finish our interview, I just would like to make one last question. What do you have to say for those who doubt about the Latin teams, who said that the Latin teams was way below here in Free Fire?
¿Qué le quiere decir a las personas que decían que los equipos de Latam estaban muy por debajo en el nivel acá en Free Fire?
Nada, yo creo que en general por los resultados es muy fácil hablar, ya que al fin y al cabo no están compitiendo en ese sentido. O sea, desde afuera creo que es muy fácil opinar y decir todo ese tipo de cosas, pero nada, estando dentro, yo creo que pasaban muchas cosas capaz como en los equipos, capaz internamente, no sé, la verdad no sabría qué opinar ante eso, pero lo que sí sé es que en la TAM nunca hubo diferencia de nivel o estuvo bajo de nivel. De hecho, yo creo que en Latinoamérica todos sabemos que el nivel alto que teníamos y que podríamos llegar a ser campeones, pero simplemente las cosas no se daban. Y ahora tampoco se podría decir que se podría llegar a dar, porque hasta el momento yo creo que es mejor terminar el campeonato y después salir a hablar.
I think it's really easy to talk when nothing has happened yet, only based on some results. We in Latin America, we always thought that we always had this level to be champions, to become the best in the world. We never thought about any level discrepancy between the regions, and it is really easy to talk from the outside, but once you're inside, that's where it counts. So we are just focused on winning.
Amazing. I love your answer. Guys, you have heard enough from Joker. This is Latin America here at the AWC, making history. And we're going to continue right now. So back to the studio. And I'm back, and guess where am I right now? Of course, I am in the crowd, and I'm back in the super fan zone of RRQ Kazoo. Yeah! Indonesia, make some noise! Let's go! Wow, I can see you guys are very proud to be here. We know Indonesia already got a title, but not for RRQ yet. So what that would mean RRQ win today?
It's gonna be our proudest thing maybe in this year, because we're rooting for RRQ to win again in the FPS game. Yeah.
Amazing. So we all know that you guys have the Free Fire World Series in Southeast Asia, and you competed among most of the teams here. So which is the toughest team for RRQ to face today?
The toughest team is still EVOS, of course. Yeah, EVOS and Buriram.
Okay, I like the way. Okay, so all of you came from all the way from Indonesia. Have you prepared any special song?
Chance, you prepared? Yeah, we prepared.
Hey, we wanna hear the special song. Come on.
Viva RRQ! Viva RRQ! Viva Radio! Viva Radio!
I love that. And first, to finish our interview, I learned something in your language. It's something like FF Indo Bersatu?
Indo Bersatu, yeah. FF Indo Bersatu.
FF Indo Bersatu. Thank you. Back to the studio.
It's not only Southeast Asia, it's not any of the other regions, because right now LATAM is on top and they are breaking records, Lace.
Where do I even start?
That sigh, I feel you, girl.
If we come out of like match 3, right? So let me take you back on a story. Let me take you on a journey of the victory of the Lions on top of that Pride Rock. I mean, at the start, imagine they had 13 eliminations out the gate. Okay, this is what I'm saying. 13 eliminations, moving up to 18, then 20, and then of course we keep harping on about it, but breaking a record. And if you guys don't understand what that means, Falcons in 2024, it was 28 eliminations and a booyah. So for Lions to get 33 eliminations and a booyah, that's just not beating it. That is absolutely triumphing over that. So of course it's a very impressive thing from them. But then you would think in the next match they might slow things down. They're on match point. No. Okay? You do not want to be in the Lions side at the moment. You do not want this big kitty cat staring you in the face, because it is going to be the end of you guys. I mean, there was a part where, obviously Joe Critty's interview, he was so incredibly locked in. And within this final match, obviously, he wasn't able to be there with his team in that final circle. So you can see the kind of a little devastation that he probably felt like he was letting his team down just so slightly. And even though that they made it through here, they just needed to play a little bit more patiently when it was Loud versus Twisted Minds. Obviously Twisted Minds got eliminated. Loud had the still 4 of their members up, but if they could have just pushed at this very moment, they would be lifting the trophy.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry guys, I'm sweating. That's just goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, it was real difficult, especially with one player missing for the side of Lion. It was just really difficult to go and push and charge comparing to the earlier parts when they're full squad. But for Loud, Trap Bro, that M79 grenade launcher, they're boxed in. Twisted Minds boxed in, and they got him hard with that knockdown. 3 knockdowns instantaneously, and it doesn't stop there. Even against a Lion, he still used that same grenade launcher. So, yeah, for me, it's not just the team that won. M79 won.
Yeah, I mean, getting 2 booyahs in a final is a huge thing. And 16 elimination points, I mean, just take a look at that ranking finals. Yes, Lion is still on top with 124 points, but Loud is definitely following quite close behind.
Yeah, AGAL, though, we gotta give them, we gotta talk about this squad, because there were some mixed conceptions there with that squad as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give it up for Lion. They were very smart. I mean, taking out AGAL quite early on the last game, that was the right move to do. They overtook Falcon's world record, and then they did that. That was just very smart. But AGAL, we talked about this before, they were very consistent. Keep getting those points. 11 elimination, and then game 6, they only have 1 placement points and 4 elimination. What happened? Lion roared. They were targeted and they just weren't ready for that.
Yeah, I think it could be one of those things that happens when we see teams hit that match point. The style starts changing.
And that's one thing now, especially for those who are familiar in Southeast Asia. Like, the moment you hit that match point, all you had to do is grab that booyah.
Yeah.
And
that's it, is it?
Yeah, I mean, that...
So easy. No, so simple.
But we've seen a difference in style. We've seen Lion there, despite of being the same situation as AGAL, both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Like, Lion was just aggressive. AGAL was just passive. And the moment that AGAL wants to be aggressive, they met against Lion and they got taken out.
Yeah, they just weren't playing their exact same game. Yep. You can see Lion is playing exactly how they got to that moment. And AGAL, we saw that they prioritized getting position and zone first. And that's probably not, similar to their game style. So that's where they got caught out. So play the same game, guys.
Yeah, but I mean, talking about Lion, one thing that we really need to appreciate is the fact that even though they lost Games King a couple of times, they can still manage to get out of a sticky situation. That means individually, they are so ready for this final, and I'm so ready for them to just break another record. For real, for real.
I think even with the engagement that we saw against AGAL, it looked like AGAL was going to catch him by surprise, and Lion said, no. We knew that you were going to be coming behind us, and we were ready to take that fight. And as you were mentioning too, Neptune, the aggressiveness out of this squad is what we wanted to see. Now, when we ended up looking at the overall earlier, there is 4 squads that are currently within that match point that could end up winning everything if they get a booyah in the next match. So let me just recap you on which one it is. It's Lion, obviously, with the performance that they've been having, absolutely nuts. You got Loud Snickers that they were able to just get a booyah as well. AGL and Twisted Minds are those 4 teams that could end up winning it in the next match.
And the interesting story is that on the last Global Finals, Games King had to miss his prom and had to miss his graduation, but they weren't doing so well, okay? It was quite a sad story if you remember, Neptune. And now they are killing it. Games King is having the greatest time of his life. We can just saw it on his face, the calmness that he have. They are so relaxed and they are still getting all those points, breaking records all in day 1.
That's something that I actually enjoyed to see out of the interview there with Lion as well. The confidence was high, but the composure was there as well. The mental wasn't one of those that's saying, we're about to be champions. They're like, no, the job is not done yet. We still know that there's a lot to come, but it looks like that squad knows what's at stake. They know that they've been breaking records, but they want to lift that trophy.
I mean, I just quickly want to add, yes, getting the win, getting the booyah, obviously being on match point is what the aim of the game is, correct? But keeping the consistency and getting those points, because they're 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, and that's, from my records, there's still some money there. So they don't want to slow down. And if we move back to like AGAL and them not sort of playing their aggressive game, I think that they need to just go back to that, be aggressive, because if Lion wins, then you make sure you want to be that 2nd place team, and you still need points, and you still need eliminations, and you still need all of that to be in that 2nd place.
They definitely need the points. They definitely need those eliminations, but most of all, they need that booyah. Which playing style are we going to be seeing this here? Because, I mean, not only is it this championship at stake, we do have club championship rankings as well. Obviously, from our end, you can see Team Vitality is up there, but sadly, they were not able to make it here. Team Falcons is here. We really haven't seen much of them in AGAL, Neptune. They could have a chance to get that trophy.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, this is a great chance as well for AGAL, for a Free Fire, and this might be a good chance for them to really feel being a champion in Battle Royale, because last Global Finals, they were champion but in a different mode. So, like, the motivation they have coming from a different competition, going here in EWC, and we're seeing that the consistency is there, the patience is there as well, but it's more of really getting it, making sure that every move is calculated and not risking that much.
I'm seeing that Falcons are here. I mean, we got a chance to see earlier on Fire actually showing up for the squad. One of those players that has won before. He's going to be looking to show up once again for Falcons. Falcons, honestly, throughout, we were kind of joking about earlier on when I was saying that leaderboard's looking like spinning the wheel. Absolutely nobody, Conchita, expected the record to be broken with 33 eliminations from Lion.
Yeah, that was shocking, definitely. I mean, you saw what happened at the Green Room. We had that reaction. And yeah, but speaking of Falcons, I mean, they were still quite consistent with the placement, because looking back on Gate 5, they made it to the top 5, right? So they still have a chance. They just need to take it up a notch. And maybe if the jacket is saying Falcon is here, guys, you gotta back it up. You gotta back it up with the elimination points as well. So that don't just be there, but like be there with all the elimination points. All that we needed.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, because we've just added 2 of the teams already in match point, so it might be difficult for Team Falcons to really reach that, because they haven't reached it. They haven't taken that just yet. 13 points for them to be able to reach that 90 point match, that 90 match point, and what they need to do right now is to make sure that either they take down those in the top or they wish the others take them down.
It's going to be a surprise to see what's going to be happening here in this match. It could end. We could end up with the champion. AJ, Husky, actually Husky, you were able to bless a team yesterday. Are you going to be blessing anybody in this next match?
Well, if I have a team to bless, I think I'm blessing AGL and Lion because it's been a long time coming. Two different converging storylines, and for me, I want Dew to finally lift a Battle Royale trophy.
For me, it'll just be fun to see the Lions pick up a trophy because so far it's all about the animal kingdom here at the Esports World Cup. You had the Falcons, the birds in the sky, and then you had the white tigers from Indonesia, and now you might as well just throw the Lions in there as well, right? But like you said, I do also think that AGL deserves it. They are a team, and it's been a long time coming for them already. In the recent times, they've been dominating Clash Squad. They are your global finals Clash Squad champions, and they have not lifted a Battle Royale trophy for themselves just yet. What better way than to go back-to-back from Clash Squad at the global finals and then the Battle Royale at the Esports World Cup 26.
And it's been a story of 4 years, maybe more than that, especially for the star player, the Angel of Death, who is Dew. Back in 2022, when we were in Bangkok, Thailand for the global finals, they were one game away, they were one booyah away from lifting that trophy. It was ruined by Magic Squad from Brazil. It was ruined by Buriram United Esports, where Moshi hit a highlight reel. And Nigma Galaxy was the organization that Dew was with. He was placed in top 4. Now he has a chance again to make things right after 4 years.
4 teams can close this off. You've got Leon from the one and only LATAM squad. They're the only representatives here for the region. You've got the Brazilians in here as well through Loud. And 2 teams from Thailand, AGL as well as Twisted Minds.
This is going to be pretty close because we saw even on the previous map on Kalahari, which I predicted to be the case, that can be the game maker. Unfortunately, AGL and Lion, despite playing their best, we saw them take slow rotations, making very good decisions based on the circle. It was Loud that prevailed with their members' advantage. We heard it earlier on from Joker that there was just a bit of miscommunication because they were at a man disadvantage, the 3v4. And that is enough for Loud to now join the ranks of a team that can win it. Back for Brazil. And you know who's going to be proudest if Loud actually wins? The Corinthians.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Now, Loud, they are the only ones here on the Grand Finals battlefield that have got 2 booyahs to their name. But can they go back-to-back? We just played Kalahari. Now we're about to hop on into Solara. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is game number 7. Does it end here? 4 squads have the chance to do it. Many others have an opportunity to play spoilers.
This could be where the trophy gets lifted. Lion sitting at top 124 points, but once you cross the 90-point threshold, the point starts mattering as much as the booyah. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And if Lion lets this slip away, the most they get is a 2nd placement. And what better map to have it being decided than Solara?
Very interesting drop here for Buriram. They were going towards the hub and then they used their binoculars to scan out the plays here. EVOS as well as Team Apex Gaming scanned out by Buriram, and now the Giants from Thailand want to go out hunting, sending Jonah up front first. Studio is about to be lit up. Yet another binocular used. Potentially it is a scan and a counter scan from both Tag as well as EVOS. Things are about to get messy at the studio.
I wonder if BRU is going to try and go on the hunt.
I mean, they need to.
Show a bit of that desperation, right? Which much needed. I mean, Tag has already lost 2 of their members. I believe it's EVOS that claimed the first 3 points, which the Indonesian squad so far haven't been showing up. In fact, both the Indonesian squad were top 3 last year, and right now they're not even at the threshold of 90 points, but this STC replay at least gives us a good insight of how EVOS were able to get off on a good foot.
Unfortunately, it's just the mini Uzis in the hands of the players there from the side of Tag, as you saw. And EVOS having an advantage with the weapons that they were able to initially collect, probably because they hit the ground first. And 2 crucial points for them. Tag, on the other hand, with those revives, KD God will find Bobs as Team Apex Gaming tries to rotate out of the compound. Going to be bumping into Fluxo, but KD God, split up from the rest of his team members, could not take more than 1 life.
3 teams have a chance to reach the threshold if we don't end here. Fluxo, Buriram United, and to a degree, Falcons. Obviously, Falcons are the closest if they do make that run, which we have seen miracles before. There are some good storylines. BRU now up against EVOS.
As expected, they are on the hunt. They are on the prowl. But will they be able to take the Predators, the White Tigers of Indonesia, out of the race here? They have called out for the lightning zone, which means it's going to be tough for EVOS to run away. If they get hit by one of those lightning bolts, you know they're going to get marked by that Moko as well. Aim God, Apex, trying to boost themselves away out of the compound on the slide rails. Jonah, AC-80 in hand. And those glue walls just keeping the boys safe for the time being. And RRQ on the opposite side in a little bit of a pickle as EVOS out of the pen into the fire. The Lions catch hold of the Tigers.
And Hokos actually starting off well. That's 2 of them down already with the help of Games King. Unfortunate circumstances for EVOS, but great for Lion. Good time to also point out, this Hokos, this is his first year in competitive Free Fire. He joined the team back in February, and here he is now at the Cups of Glory with the 3 other veterans who were in the global finals last year that finished 10th with Movie Star R7.
The kind of miracle that SHUL was expecting to achieve here on the grand final stage being achieved by Yakots. Gotta appreciate it, man. I mean, Games King, we saw that he was willing to let go of his opportunity to graduate with the rest of his buddies, but he represented the nation on our global final stage. Couldn't really walk away with the best, but he has another opportunity here on the world stage. Falcons is bumping into small points on the way in towards that next zone. Loud, on the other hand, not having fun just yet as they were forced to play a little bit of a reset. SHUL, speaking of them, AGAL bumps into them and they clean up house. Stroll's gonna get tagged up here. Moko sees him. Riptide Rhythm breaks down his defenses, and the follow-up from Dew off of the Car 98 makes the job too easy for AGAL, and one final survivor in the name of Jack trying his best to get away.
Yeah, completely taking over Casa Vista. So Jack on the run, puts us in finding Aim God on the wayside. So Lau's probably going to be slowing down for now, and BRU doing the complete opposite. Shoto tries to book it out of there, so the captain will hold the fort as he lets the ship keep on sailing.
On the survival stage, the opponents there were easy picking for SHUL as well as Total 8 Team Apex Gaming. But in a lobby full of monsters, India is struggling. But I say valiant effort, man. Almost nobody expected them to get into the grand final, so it is a big win for these two teams, big win for the nation as a whole. I mean, India is making their way back onto global stage after many, many years. And such an achievement is definitely admirable. But how far can they go? Can they now start playing spoilers? Can they keep the competition alive long enough to activate match point for themselves? I mean, that would be a miracle if we ever saw one.
We have uncapped games, so there is always that possibility.
Oh yeah.
Which I do look forward to if we ever get to stretch this out. So far, it seems like the dominant teams are still alive and are still kicking it. Joker, another shot one on the Moshi, who has not been finding much in this grand finals.
Lion has now bumped into EVOS, bumped into Buriram, but of course not the full squad of Buriram. They were able to sneak away via Super Sniper. Now Cluster will not find On Fire. Great blue wall, and he pops the Painted Refuge as well, keeping themselves safe from those grenades. But it's a three-way battle. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses down in the middle. RRQ now have to be careful. They're about to be backstabbed. Falcons do have a little bit of a leeway here. Rans with the AC-80 has to make sure he doesn't get caught out here by the players on the side of Loud. And Falcons using this opportunity to quickly back away. But the angles will get them caught out. Limit just hiding away as RRQ loses their numbers.
Not really the rotation that Falcons wanted to make, but thankfully didn't have too much casualty, and Lau recovers from that exchange. Twisted Minds hearing all of this go down. So Lau is not out of danger just yet.
Lightning Zone called out. Some survival play from the squad, or could it be Twisted Minds who are coming in for the attack as well? Smelling blood out there, and they want to reap the benefits of the efforts from these two squads. SHUL on the way in. Man, this is going to be a very messy fight right outside of Riders Club. Team Apex Gaming could also join the fight here. Who wants this most? I mean, it is a battle royale at its finest. with that lightning zone out there, but everybody slowly inching closer and closer towards the next circle. Lion versus Buriram. This is round 2. Let's see what happens.
Lion wins this. They free themselves up on the western side. And it will be just like the same situation as Kalahari earlier on.
Yeah.
Where Lion takes the west side of the map and AJL takes the eastern side, and they both meet in the middle. But with Evo's out, now this is BRU's chance to find some redemption. Ames King's gonna disengage from Wasana, chases him down and confirms that elimination. BRU springing to life, looking for Della.
Just Buriram play spoilers here, stopping the Lion squad right here, right now. Della, a sliver of health left on him. Wasana already used up the Valiant Dash earlier, just with the slide rails, trying to get into position. Will drop down to the lower ground. M1014 will be no match for the M590. And Wasana takes another player out from the side of Lion. Joker with the stealth bikes managed to get away from that situation. But what is this? Buriram with a player out in the open. If the stealth bike runs out of time, Moshi!
Oh my goodness.
Shoots him right in the knee, takes him out. One final survivor for Lion.
Moshi was so ready to intercept that rotation. He wasn't even in the early exchange. It was just get high on Wasana. And Moshi already went out on an adventure anticipating that rotation, but thankfully the young kid of Lion brings the rest of his seniors back and they get another shot at this. AJL now facing off against Falcon to deny a potential 90 point. But they will trade for now. Pina, can he go big here against Nameless, who so far has been sublime. But Pina will get taken down by Dew and AJL keeps on.
Those glue walls no match for the M82B, especially in the hands of Dew. Great advantage taken with a weapon in hand. In fact, he's got the AWM as well if he wants to pack a super punch off of those snipes. 5 eliminations strong here for AJAL. Already activated match point. They want this booyah. It's all about the booyah here. At the start of the day, no booyah, no problem. Right now, no booyah. Very big problem for these 4 squads.
And I did mention earlier on that Falcons is one of the teams that have a chance to reach 90 points. And if in a universe that they win the trophy, they will not only be a 2-time champion, but we will have an actual 2-time champion, and that would be On Fire. And how cool is that?
Oh yeah, man.
He was there back with Peter, with Koskill, with one more back in Riyadh 2024, when they set the world record that was just broken by Lion.
Is that the only highlight Lion gets from this grand finals? A record set by them, or they get a double. A record-breaking, record-setting match, and then the championship here at the Esports World Cup 2026. They gather up together with the rest of their team members inside the circle. They are safe. AGL on the other hand, Dew hopping out of the vehicle. Very smart play. That definitely saves their lives. But they'll have to use up a lot of these utilities, a lot of those glue walls to route their way in closer towards Twisted Minds.
This is going to be a hard one.
Oh, beautiful.
But if they survive, it's going to be good. The Riptide Rhythm not good enough. Exposé needed to hit that. It's also a good time to draw a parallel between EVOS and Lion. Last year, at the cusp of victory, it was Rasha, the wonder kid, the newcomer that kept the team alive.
Yeah.
Just now it was Wakos that did it.
And remember, last year, EVOS activated Champion Rush on game number 6, and it took them 4 games to find the finisher. Will we see a similar situation here for the LATAM squad as well? Do they struggle? Do they get held back? Or do they find that final circle and rip this one away? Games King finding Rasia. The super sniper of EVOS, the wonder kid out, looking for that revive off of the rest of his team members. Twisted Minds keeping AGAL a little bit entertained, but I have to say again, amazing rotation by AGAL to avoid disaster there, as Twisted Minds had the compound, had the circle, and were trying to gatekeep them.
Yeah, but AGAL will still be put under pressure because there's an open ground.
Yeah.
There's really nothing much to keep them safe, unless for some reason Loud decides that they want a piece of that. We might see a reunion between Lion and BRU2. In fact, BRU brushes past Lion. With binocular scan on the southern side.
If Buriram gets to that final circle, walks away with Booyah, they'll definitely activate the match point for themselves as well. And no better way to stop the other teams than to walk away with the Booyah on your own and make sure they do not end the game.
Wow.
As AGAL hits the triple. Lion finding Falcons out there as well. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds looking to gatekeep AGAL, and that just did not go their way at all. Do you look at this? The guy's tanking the damage from the circle. Yago from the opposite end. Car98 takes the Bass out. Only one final survivor here for Twisted Minds.
They should know that there's a separate team ahead because they saw the feed as well.
Oh!
Jump, getting tagged by Cypher, and that's his
it.
fourth. This should be the end of Twisted Minds.
Oh,
but here comes MIBRLOS with the launch pad.
So revive player dropping outside the circle here, looking for yet another revive on the squad. Lion, shot from afar.
This is good.
Joker, BSK, can you end them right here, right now? Buriram trying to take out the ones who activated the Champ Rush so early on. Games King, a sliver of health left on him. Exposi brings back the Bass. It's still alive here for Twisted Minds. Lion on the other hand, trying to snuff out Buriram. Captain Jonah, nowhere to run. And the rest of them rushing in from the left-hand side. This should be the end for the captain. And Buriram is out.
And they free themselves up completely. And even better, gain possession of the circle. Dinocular scan out the remnants of AGAL. It's the same as the last game where both Lion and AGAL destined to meet in the middle for a chance and a trophy.
4 teams on that match point, still alive and kicking. The competition could end on this game.
Unbelievable.
There are 4 others who can prevent them. Your reigning defending world champions from EWC still alive and kicking, although they have not really looked super aggressive at all. Butchers in, what a double nade, and the side as well to annihilate SAQL Esports.
AGL down one man without Cypher, who has been tearing up a storm so far. Can they overcome Laudia? Seems like Dew says, hell yeah, he can.
Shots from afar. Dew just trying to put in some damage here, but he's going to be pressured by the circle. Do you have the glue walls on yourself to protect your life, Dew? Baros on the front lines. They've already been locked in by the thrill of battle. That's the only reason why they paused their rush. But now, without that thrill of battle pressuring them, do they have enough time as the circle catches up with them as well? Nameless takes himself out with the ice grenade. That's not the play you want in a circle like this.
They could miss it out again. Dew is the only person who has some safe haven behind the glue wall, but they still has to outrun the blue. And in the meantime, Lau has the full team alive, and look at where Lion is. They're fighting with the White Tigers. If Lion overcomes Evos right now, this might be it, and they have just done it. In the top 6, Lion incredibly healthy. They're right smack in the middle as Twisted Minds burns.
Twisted Minds out of the equation already. AGAL, only 2 more survivors. Team Apex Gaming waking up in what could potentially be the final game here.
Only TAG can stop the trophy lift.
Oh man. India, can you do it? Can you help the rest of the squads? Can you keep these games going? AGL with the pressure. Baros cooking up the grenade already. The shot from Lion, Gavis King. It will end here, Husky.
We are guaranteed a champion. It might not be AGL though. The dream might be cut short again, just like last year in Riyadh. But for Latam, it could be their first. And for Brazil, for Loud, it could also be their first.
What is going to happen here? Baros Dew, M60 in hand. Lion, after the record-breaking run. Like we said, Games King, no graduation, but I guess he graduates today. It's one of the legends of Free Fire.
What a good spot. They can flank Loud right now. If they flank Loud and they take Loud out, this could put them in that same exact championship situation again. And Loud, they're under heavy pressure. But Games King is not stopping. This might be his chance, and they find it! Loud, completely trapped!
Brazil, no chance! It's now AGL in a 2v4. Looking impossible. Games King fights Baros, and they won't do it. Games King, Validash used up already. Deal with one final shot of the AWM. But Joker up close and personal with Della secures it. And Lion, it's the domination of the Animal Kingdom here at the Esports World Cup 3 years in a row.
You have done it! You have done it, Latin America! Last year in Jakarta, you fell short. But this means more than everything. You have the keys to the totem. You have ascended the throne, and no one, absolutely no one, would ever doubt you again. Because You monster! You saw what Russia did last year, and you did the exact same thing. Your first year, February until now, 5 months in, you're a champion in Paris.
Garena Free Fire is where dreams are made possible. Times that by 1,000,000 when it's the Esports World Cup.
This is the graduation the Gaming has been looking forward to. The true graduation, the apex of competitive Free Fire, the pinnacle of Mount Everest in the competitive circuit. They qualified first over Gun Dynasty. Yesterday, they gave us a performance that was jaw-dropping. We thought they might not make it, and they did. They finished first. They crushed the keys of the bottom two. They came in today, they set a world record with 45 points in a single round. And they finished the job 2 matches later. And they get to pull the lever again, but even better yet, seal their trophy at the totem.
As Movistar R7 at the Global Finals 2025, only the 10th spot Husky. They really couldn't go very far at all. It was definitely a heartbreaking run. But they did not give up, man. If there was a fight in them, they showed that that fight was alive. And not only do they break the record of Falcons, they set a brand new one. And they have brought the whole of Latin America alive in the competition. One of the biggest threats for Brazil, always behind Brazil. But now they are in front. And speaking of in front, let's throw it over to Bonnie. We need the interview.
Gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Here the Lions roar right here at the Esports World Cup 2026. You can see how much it means to these players. An incredible showing. Oh my God, what an amazing final. Try to put into words how you're feeling right now.
Trato de poner en palabras cómo te sientes ahora.
Nada. No escucho nada.
¿Cómo te sientes ahora?
Nada, la verdad, contento, no sé, creo que como tal, sinceramente en mi mente no estoy dimensionando mucho de lo que, no sé, la verdad, sí es como, tengo felicidad, pero no, solo eso, feliz, no siento nada más.
I'm happy, I guess, I don't know, I'm not really dimensioning what's happening right now, so I guess I'm just happy, I'm happy.
Doing it in style like this, clinching the win here at the Esports World Cup with the community behind you, with the fans screaming your names. Dude, I know you're crying, but how does it feel?
¿Cómo te sientes?
Lo mismo.
¿Cómo te sientes? Sí, ¿qué se siente?
Me siento muy contento, no puedo describir estos momentos, han sido momentos muy difíciles en mi vida, con mi ansiedad. He estado muy mal estos últimos meses, sin contárselo a nadie, solo a mi familia. Y creo que este logro siento que me representa mucho, ya que prácticamente soy un valiente. Cada viaje es un desafío para mí. Y creo que ganar con mi equipo, mis compañeros, mi familia, me llena el alma, me llena el corazón. Y esto es Lion, watch.
I'm really happy. It's been a rough couple of months for me dealing with my anxiety. I never really talked to someone besides my family. Every single trip is a struggle for me, and I'm so really happy to be champions with my team. And this is Lion.
I love that. An incredible answer. Good job. An incredible answer. Right, we have things to do. Let's go. We're going to go this way over towards the Crusher. Follow me, gentlemen. It is time to cement your legacy here at the Esports World Cup. So follow me round to the back of this Crusher. Here we go. Right, line up here, gentlemen. Line up here. This is the time. Right here, you see in front of you all 11 keys of all of the teams that you have now eliminated from the Esports World Cup. Wait. Whoa. However, what we're going to do right now is we're going to open this Crusher by pressing this button. Go for it. Go for it. Okay, it is now open. The teeth are out. We are ready to destroy these keys. Anything you'd like to say to your teams before you crush them?
Algo que quiero decir a los equipos antes que los destruyas.
Nada, o sea que simplemente siento que hoy fue nuestro día. Cada uno de los finalistas creo que lo hizo muy bien. Hay que dar todo por el todo, haciendo lo que nos gusta y bueno, me duele destruirlos.
I think just today was our day. Every single finalist here is worth it. Today was our day, and it hurts me really much to destroy you.
Well, an inspiring answer. You love to see it. Okay, here we go. Grab that handle. Gently, gently pull it. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Go. Okay. Did that feel good? Yeah, it did. That felt good. Okay, one more thing to do. You know what's going to feel better? Putting your key inside that trophy. Let's invite the key master onto the stage to present you with the Lions key for the EWC trophy. Come over here. Here you go. There is your key. Please take it. Gentlemen, what I'm going to get you to do is walk all the way to the trophy, and I want you to seal the trophy by putting your key in the center and then lift the trophy for everyone at the Esports World Cup to see and cement your legacy.
Ahora van a caminar por el centro, van a poner el triángulo en el trofeo y al ponerlo van a levantarlo y enseñarles a todos que son campeones.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Free Fire champions at the Esports World Cup, Lion. Here we go, cement your legacy. Gentlemen, your 2026 champions of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup. Make some noise for Lion! Della, I want to talk to you. To secure a championship here at the Esports World Cup alongside these teammates, what does it mean to you and what would you like to say to them?
¿Qué se siente haber ganado con tus compañeros de equipo? ¿Qué se siente esta victoria y haber ganado con ellos?
La verdad, tipo que no escuché nada. Bueno, primero que nada, agradecerle a todos, obviamente, por hacer el aguante y los que vinieron también a la hinchada. Y respondiendo a la pregunta, es increíble tener un equipo tan grande como este, jugadores magníficos y poderlos dirigirlos, guiarlos a la victoria, se me hace un orgullo increíble, se me llena el pecho, el alma se me llena de tener a estos jugadores y que gracias por confiar en mí.
First of all, thank you very much to everyone who's been here and has been supporting us, the people who came here to support us. And to answer your question, I'm full. I'm full of this feeling to having these magnificent players, to be able to coach them, to lead them, to be with them through their journey. And I'm just extremely happy and extremely grateful to be able to have these teammates.
Well, we have another surprise for you guys. Of course, right here at the Esports World Cup, we have the Sony MVP Tournament Trophy. to be giving out. So can I invite the Keymaster over here with our Sony Tournament MVP trophy? Ladies and gentlemen, your Sony MVP of the tournament, it's Games King.
MVP
Make some noise! I'm going to come over to you, Games King, very quickly. I know I've asked you lots of questions. It's very annoying. I know. What does it mean to you to perform so well at a tournament like the Esports World Cup and to secure the MVP alongside your teammates?
¿Qué se siente haber jugado tan bien que eres el MVP de este torneo?
Nada, o sea, súper contento. Yo siempre doy mi 100%. Bueno, no pude dar mi 100% ya que mi ansiedad no me lo deja, pero hoy jugué con el corazón, jugué con el alma y los nerviosismos jamás me van a detener y gracias a mis compañeros que sin ellos este MVP no sería mío.
I'm very happy. I always try to give my 100%. I couldn't give my 100% today because of my anxiety. I always struggle with it, but thank you very much to all of my teammates because without them, I wouldn't be MVP.
Well, I can't wait to see what you're like at 100% at your next international event. Come on over here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get you guys one final time to lift that trophy and to just bask in this incredible event, this incredible moment for you guys as a team. And so, for one final time, ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Free Fire champions at the Esports World Cup, it is Lion!
It wasn't Thailand. It wasn't Indonesia. It wasn't any of those other teams that everybody expected to lift that trophy. It came down to one of the biggest surprises that we have seen at Free Fire at EWC 26. None other than Latin America, Lion, lifting that trophy and becoming the champions.
Oh yeah, I mean, this has been a long time awaited by the region, by the team, by the players themselves, especially from what we've heard, the story of Games King and being the MVP. Definitely this is a true graduation for him.
First trophy for Latin America, record-breaking points. This is truly the day for Lion and of course for Games King for finally getting that MVP.
Lion, it's time for you to go to that totem and place your key.
And here come our champions stepping onto the totem stage, ready to make history. Congratulations once again. Now you must choose 3 teams and recover the destroyed keys. So the first question is very simple. Which key and which team do you want to pick?
Seleccionar 3 trofeos. Ahora tienen que seleccionar 3 medallas para destruir. Así que la primera pregunta es, ¿cuál de los equipos quieren destruir primero y poner en su trofeo? ¿Qué equipo quiere? El primero, 1.
MBR, Fluxo, and the third one?
¿El otro?
No, pero el primero, pará. Burinan, tercero, EOS.
Okay, so we have our keymaster. We're gonna pick these 3 keys, guys, for you. So I have a little question. Why did you choose these 3 teams?
¿Por qué han escogido esos 3 equipos?
Porque son equipos fuertes, todos son campeones del mundo y haberle ganado obviamente también se siente bastante. Y bueno, eligió el año pasado.
Because those 3 are world champions, they are really strong teams. We are really happy we won against them, and one of them picked us last year.
So how does it feel for you guys to put your name alongside some of the greatest teams in the history right there in the totem stage?
¿Cómo se siente inmortalizar sus nombres en ese tótem con los otros mejores jugadores del mundo?
Me pregunto.
¿Cómo se siente inmortalizar tu nombre con los otros campeones del mundo en el tótem?
Nada, se siente increíble, es una experiencia única. Siempre de pequeño pensé en vivir esto, un objetivo, un sueño, una meta, y poder lograrlo, conseguirlo con prácticamente mi familia, es un sueño prácticamente.
I'm really happy. This is truly a dream come true. I've always dreamt about this ever since I was a little kid. So this is something I reached with my teammates, with my family. This is just a dream come true.
Congratulations again, guys. This was insane gameplay. You put forth, like, all of these games was crazy, guys. So really, congratulations again. And now it's time to collect your keyframe and selling the totem. So you can go, guys, and forever becoming part of AWC 2026.
Vayan por su trofeo. Vayan a poner su nombre. Vayan a poner su nombre con el resto de los campeones.
It's so hard for me to hear me in the...
From nobody believing in them, from going through survival stage, this squad has been able to surprise everybody. The top dogs had nothing against them. Latin America, you are the best in the world when it comes to Free Fire at EWC 26. Latin America, eres el mejor.